We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah. That's what friends are for.
feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la.
already give her blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You feel like that you can't deny it. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. No, you're not in control. Oh, once you connect, she feels the fire. And you're pulling her close, her close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Ay, bailar.
I don't need fast cars, limousines, hanging in the VIP. It's never really been my style. I don't need palm trees in the breeze, honey. I can guarantee it's something money just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. There's just no indication when the perfect combination is gonna come and change your life. You gotta be patient, 'cause sooner or later chemistry. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. Yeah. Alright. Come on, come
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning. Nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD. Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest. Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, L.O. and SP. Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC. The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. K Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running one with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. I remember the time you said good things we heard, I said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing
keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
I keep telling you, why be a caster when you have a six-pack? Like, everyone sees your camera, but they don't know what else is going on, Orcs. So I feel like you're very humble. However, ladies and gentlemen, as I welcome you in, that's a different conversation. Welcome back to the LPL. Unrelated, this is going to be a very good day ahead of us. And what's more important are the games ahead of us today. And, Orcs, the fact that we are in Week 8. We are towards the end of the split. And things are rounding out with 3 teams already secured in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, we are progressing quickly. Things are marching on. We always say this, how fast it's going, but we really are approaching playoffs pretty soon. Yep. And as much as we have, our top teams starting to solidify their spots, still a lot can change.
Yeah, so let's look at yesterday first before we start talking about the rest, though, because yesterday, I feel like standings change up massively because of that last match especially. Everyone's like, oh, yeah, RNG almost in playoffs. But look at TT beating the Phoenix, man. That was unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, the expectation for FPX was that they would win all their remaining matches after their rough start when they faced all of the harder teams. But they've had some struggles. OMG took them down, and now TT showing them that their spot is anything but secure in playoffs. And TT, doing a lot of work. You can see where their position is right now. TT edging above of FPX with that win. OMG really not far behind, and even BLG in with a chance to catch. So I feel like as much as, the top teams are super exciting, don't get me wrong, that area around 10th place where, like one win can be the difference between you making playoffs or not is so exciting.
Especially when we start getting towards the lower wins that we'll secure eventually, right? As we go on, things like 9, 8 wins, even 7, as Lyric was saying in a previous broadcast in some cases, have been known to lock in a top 10 position. So for LPL, these final weeks make such a big difference. As we look towards today as well, 3 teams already locked into playoffs. Today ain't going to tell us too much more, apart from the fact that middle that we're talking about being so high is going to be elevated. And then later on, Orcs, JDG V5, a battle of 2nd and 3rd, dude, like on a Tuesday of all days.
Oh, I mean, we're so blessed today, honestly. Yeah. It is such, as I said, around the edge of playoffs, the first match is going to be really important for standings, but that second one, both teams only having 1 loss. One of them's going to end up the second. You couldn't ask for better.
That's right, you couldn't. And especially, on a day like today, let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, that not only is it a banging LPL today, but we also have a very special man who's in the broadcast with me. It's his birthday. He's getting old like the rest of us. He looks so pleased for it. Happy birthday, Orcs. If I had a hat, I would wear it. But I don't know, man. I can't afford a hat. You deserve it, sir. Welcome to the team, and good to have you on board for what should be a very special day for you.
I mean, what a day. If I was going to pick any LPL lineup of matches to be on my birthday, this is a pretty good one, all things considered. Especially, as you said, it's on a Tuesday, just average day in the week. We're not on the weekend. We're not on the Super Saturday or anything. And it just happens to be my birthday. Yeah. Coincidentally, matches up with such bangers. So, yeah, I'm excited. I think everyone's excited. But thank you.
No, it's a pleasure. Absolute pleasure. It needs to be celebrated, and hopefully you get your 6-game day with it as well. Because we start with LNG versus EDG, and out of one of these bangers, LNG and EDG, historically would probably consider to be better teams, right? EDG, LNG are also older organizations when you counter in Snake, which became LNG over in 2020 as well. And we kind of look at what last year was for them, Orcs. I know you wanted to look into 2021 summer, where both these teams ended up representing for Worlds.
Yeah, you got to remember, EDG were first in the regular season, and they came in, and despite getting knocked down in the losers bracket, they won the split and obviously went on to win Worlds, even though people favored FPX above them. And then LNG, started in round 1, made that huge run, did end up getting knocked out by EDG, but then went to the regional qualifiers and managed to make it to Worlds as well. Both of these rosters were essentially in the top 4 for summer last year. Both of these rosters made it to Worlds. One of them won Worlds. And now, they're still in a position to make playoffs. They're still in a position to make that miracle run, but they are not in that top 4, right? I feel like there is a pretty significant gap between the likes of the top 4 and these two. and a lot of ground to be gained if they're going to repeat their performance we saw from them last year.
With that bubble in the top 3, plus RNG moving up to 9 as well. Teams like Weibo coming in over the top. Anyone's Legend are a surprise. You're exactly right. It's not the same feel as last summer. Not even the same feel as, spring where we saw a top 4 EDG 2. At the moment, 7 and 5 is where EDG stands, and that's what I want to start with. EDG at the moment, we have to kind of ask the question, how secure are they? Because even though it looks realistic that they're going to make it into playoffs, it's kind of like how far do they get along the tracks? Because a round 1 start for a lot of teams is a lot of adaptation to make yourself up to the double elim.
Yeah, I think that's the issue, is that EDG are more than capable of making the playoffs from this position.
Of course.
They face WE, they should certainly win that. RA, they should win. In fact, honestly, I feel like every team they face against, maybe AL is the biggest challenge I see here. But there's no guarantee. They're still not locked into playoffs. And, AL, LNG could give them some issues. But on top of that, there's a big difference between making it into the top 4 and not being the top 4. We even just saw from that graphic before, when EDG won Worlds, they got knocked down in the losers bracket. If you don't make it up to the top, you're not going to get that opportunity, that losers bracket to sort of give you a second chance.
Yep.
So, EDG in spring did get knocked out, didn't get that second chance. And I feel like with the scoreline at the moment, I just don't see it feasible that they make it into the very top tier. Whether they get themselves a secure spot, maybe skip a round in playoffs, definitely possible, but they have to start picking up these wins.
As we can discuss further, like the limitations we're seeing with EDG, right? Should be at 8 wins. However, against RNG, their last series, Orcs, I mean, this was a barn burner, but this was EDG being in a position to close, but being denied by RNG, meaning they stay at 7 wins.
Yeah, they have a almost 10k gold lead here. They have Soul. They have Baron in hand. They make some mistakes, sure, but like this game should have been done. You even look at the composition. It's not like their composition's bad, but they just end up flubbing here. And this is kind of been the frustration for EDG. Here's getting the Baron stolen by the Gangplank. We've seen them before get a Baron stolen against Top Esports. That was in game 3 of that series. And then RNG, they took that window, went straight over to the Elder, and won the fight off the back of this. And I think this is the frustration, right? EDG are still that team that won Worlds. They still have this fantastic individual talent, but the team play just hasn't been as good. And it keeps feeling like they're on the cusp of taking some of these big series, and then they just lose out. If this happens once, it's whatever, right? This can happen to any team. But EDG have 5 series losses, and it feels like a repeat, again and again against Top Esports, against RNG. They get so close, and they just fumble towards the end at the final hurdle.
Yeah, it's frustrating for a lot of fans, I'm sure. Frustrating for us as well when we watch EDG all the time. And this team we know can be better. I mean, world champions for a reason, right? And even that quality comes through in spring, not able to make it as far as we expected, but still playoff caliber team. On the other side, though, LNG, we would be saying the same. However, LNG right now, if we're worried about EDG and how far they can go, right now I feel like we're worried about LNG and making the mark towards playoffs and not being in the first round, which if they make playoffs, Orcs, let's be real, they're probably going to be in the first round with the way things are looking.
Yeah, I mean, right now, 6-6 in series score, 15-15 in game score, dead even, and they have 4 series left to try and, ensure they get a spot in playoffs. But I look at those, EDG, Weibo, those are hard series. And as much as WERA expect them to win, LNG have been so inconsistent. And I think, as the split has gone on, they've started to shore up some of the issues. We saw Panda C maybe be not the ideal fit for the team. But I think LNG have just had so many rough spots. And as it says, they're even less secure than EDG. There's no guarantee this team makes it into playoffs. So grabbing every win they can keeps them in a safe buffer. Because bear in mind, they are 6 wins. There is 3 teams on 5 wins right behind them, ready to take that spot if they slip up.
With TT getting a win as well, like it makes things harder. The position LNG are in means that every win counts, and it ain't going to be a cop-out this time around. And as we look back at their last series versus V5, Orcs, I feel like we're also talking about the issues that LNG have as a unit. Like, they share that identity with EDG, but definitely more dire in LNG's case.
Oh, for sure. I mean, sadly, I feel like Panda C has struggled on this lineup. They are bringing in Ola today, so clearly going with him, feeling confident. And I think Ola has been better in spring than better in summer than he was in spring. But I mean, this series up against V5, there were moments, there were solid moments, but it never felt like they really had a firm grasp on it. Photic having a fantastic performance on the Cogmore. And you look at this situation, 3 dragons to 1, even in gold. but V5 able to find the advantages despite LNG putting up a good fight.
And it's a shame, right? I mean, LNG still showing those moments. Like, Doomby has been the MVP starter. I feel like with Panda C as well, I know you guys were talking about it on the last hit. Tarzan is looking better too. But is it going to be in time? That's the new question. Like, is it too late with 6 losses already against you and the schedule you have in front of you? For LNG, it's still looking hard, Orcs, and I know we're quite negative, but I do feel like LNG have been the hardest team to watch by any team out of any metric this split.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they've had series where the quality of both teams has seemed low, like as if they almost drag their opponent down and they struggle at that level.
Yeah.
They've been better, but it's so hard. I feel like this has been a consistent thing. This isn't just this split for LNG. When LNG went to Worlds in 2021, they were 7-0 in the regular season, and then they just bombed. And then they managed to bring it back and then make it to playoffs. And then it was only in playoffs did they really start their miracle run. It's not like, at the end of regular season, they looked like this team who's going to go to Worlds. People didn't expect it. That's why it was such a curveball. And it gives me some faith here that maybe we get a curveball again from LNG, that they make it in the playoffs and they go on a big run. But
yeah,
I feel like, you have to take this team on a series by series basis. There is no guarantee that they're going to perform at the same level because it has been all over the place.
Agreed. I think the negatives there and taking it series by series is going to be fun because for EDG, I feel like there's been some games where I've been doing the same. But looking at the positives here, I do want to hit on the 80 carries, Orcs, and I know you do too, because Viper and Light seem to be some pretty core strengths right now for both EDG and LNG alike.
Yeah, I mean, Viper, I think, has been fantastic. A lot of the time when EDG get wins, it's on the back of him just hard carrying, and one of the lowest in the league for 80 carry jungle proximity. They often leave him to his own devices, and he comes in as that super late game 80 carry who can pop off in the team fights. And Light, I think, has been the most consistent performer of this LNG lineup, and a big reason why they're 6-6 or not, 4-8 or any worse scoreline is because Light has been there when they've needed him and has been this massive force to be reckoned with.
I feel like he's had some of the biggest pop-off games, in the 80 carry role as well. So props to Light. Keeping the team together is big. And as we talk about both 80 carries, just a rollback to Viper as well. Orcs, earlier in the split, I was like, I'm not sure how Viper's going. I feel like Mako's not having a great split. I'm not even sure about the year, in your opinion, but I don't feel like Mako alongside Viper's having a great split, which means that Viper is still popping off, but maybe not as accelerated as he was in previous splits.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think Mako's had the best year, whereas I think Viper, she's not been flawless. There's been times where he has obviously made mistakes, but for the most part, he's been this pivotal piece. And I feel like when you go into team fights, if Viper is fed or if Scout is fed, Scout is another person I think who has a strong split, then EDG can bank on that. They can bank on that to carry them through. And then on the other side, for LNG, I feel like Light is just such a massive piece. Team fights like this, where he is like stepping up and not just being a passenger, not just being a backline carry, being the big aggressive player that the team sometimes needs to carry them over the line.
I mean, Light's been insane. As you're saying in rehearsal, I mean, on this Kalista, just the aggression to go forward. And that's why it aligns here nicely. Viper versus Light. That's what we'll be watching in our first matchup of the night. LNG versus EDG. It's our middle of the pack matchup. But remember that both these teams right now sitting 7th and 8th respectively. LNG get the win, they tie up with EDG. EDG get the win, they move up towards Weibo and up into that top 5. It's a big day for both these orgs as we go into pick ban. LNG on blue, EDG red. And we're in 12-13, remember, in Orcs. We have been seeing a lot more Sivir come through, but still the same 80 carry bans outside of that.
Yeah, there's been some tweaks, some changes, definitely. But I feel like a lot of things have changed, haven't really been like the champs that have been affected on the patch. It's been priorities, things that people have lent into. Things like, Talia did get buffed, but like Poppy's been highly prioritized now. And actually, so Trundle banned here. Renata left open, LNG take that. But EDG, you could go, the likes of, maybe Talia here, Poppy here, both really strong. Something to bear in mind as well is that, what is the best pairing with Renata? It's Kalista. Talia, Poppy, how can you play the game as Kalista? So, EDG could also deny Aphelios here if they want to make sure that LNG lean into the Kalista. But they definitely would take the Talia. That's a no-brainer. I'm interested to see what they bring out on this second pick because, yeah, there's a few options here.
And as you said, the Poppy big because it is Junja starting. We didn't get to make a mention. JDG once again on the bench as he was in the last 2 games against RNG. So that Poppy is half of his play rate right now. It's going to be his most played. After this game, Orcs, as those two picks you hit the nail on the head, means that they are giving away the Aphelios you also talked about to LNG.
Yeah, it has to be the Aphelios. One of the best pairings with Renata, but you can't pick Kalista into this. It's absolutely unplayable.
Yep.
Something else that is open is Gnar. I feel like Gnar is the best top player in the game. He's actually the highest presence champion on this new patch of any, not just in top lane. So like the fact that LNG pick him up, give them a really strong pick. And I think it probably has to be the Aphelios here for LNG. I'd want to secure that now before you go into the next rotation. And then the question is EDG. So they can answer the Gnar if they're really like, we need to be able to pick something for Flandre to have a good matchup. They could answer the AD carry role. Alternatively, if they're like, we don't want to see the pool get thinned more in the second rotation.
I'm really curious because EDG have had Vladimir banned against them almost 50% of the time. 40% is the actual stat, but it's close enough where I'm like, every single time we go into games like game 1, game 2, or game 3, EDG loses top laners. So against the Gnar here, Orcs, it looks like it is instead going to be down towards the bottom lane, pick up the Kalista themselves. But I truly wonder if that Vladimir is worth talking about in your eyes, because, again, EDG have always wanted to put Flandre on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a comfortable thing that you could ban away for LNG in the second rotation just to kind of eliminate it. But I feel like the bans will probably be focused towards the support role. Very interesting to see the Kalista come through because originally, you know, Aphelios was being picked into Kalista specifically because, you know, as much as the lane is fine for Kalista, in the later stages, Kalista is short range. So you have to get up to Aphelios. Aphelios will shred you at 3 items. You can't walk up to him or he will just massacre you. And LNG as well, you can start banning away the things that pair well with Kalista. Amumu is something that has been fantastic with Kalista that I fully expect them to ban. Nautilus is also something you can lean towards, although Renata is a pretty good matchup into it.
And Mako's most played as well. The Amumu you called out quite nicely. I'll be looking for that Nautilus, the Leona there as well is something else we've seen rising back in the LPL. EDG taking a jungle route here though, Orcs, and the Viego first to go. Trundle's already gone too. What else do you want to see taken from Tarzan?
Yeah, I think you could ban Wukong here, ultimately. You're never going to ban Lee Sin just simply because you have Poppy Talia already. Wukong is manageable with what you have, but it kind of depends. Like, do you want to, you know, as much as Poppy is a good matchup into it, thin that away, or do you want to go in another direction? And they actually go for a mid lane ban here with Silas, which, you know, we've seen quite a bit. Obviously, the dashes do get shut down by EDG, but has still been such a powerful pick. And especially, you know, the Amumu is banned, but if you're going to pick a, you know, a support with a strong ultimate like Alistar, maybe, you do not want the enemy team to pick Silas into it.
Alistar's a good pickup. There's Nautilus that you also talked about. Right now, Orcs, it's your birthday, and draft is coming at you, man. I don't know what wisdom comes with being 27. I didn't get any of that, but right now, it's all going to your brain. Walk me through a little bit more if we, you know, get the support here. Counter pick for mid lane. Expectations for the rest.
Yeah, so I feel like you have so much flexibility here in terms of EDG because you can take your top lane, you know the matchup already.
Stop it.
Or you can take the support and they go for the Blitzcrank. So picking something aggressive that can actually punish the Renata Aphelios because they like to, you know, kite backwards, use that space. If you get grabbed, you don't get that option. Don't often get a turnaround chance for a reset as well with a bailout when you get Blitzcrank hooked. So EDG going for a very aggressive bot lane. Now LNG, you know, ideally you want a mid laner who's going to be able to be quite proactive, move around, make things happen. They go for the Swain, which, you know, EDG have a short range comp that makes sense. You don't really want to hook a Swain into your team. And can also use that Visions of Empires from a distance. And now the jungler for Tarzan. You want something that can, you know, be relevant in the early stages. You want something that can help assist, because I feel like if bot lane gets left unchecked and Mako has a really strong performance on this Blitzcrank, you could really see yourself struggling. And oh my lord,
what a draft. Okay, well, if Blitzcrank ever hooks in Skarner, there's going to be some issues. I guess the Tarzan throwing one back in the face of EDG Orcs is the goal here.
I'm not gonna lie, I did not expect the Skarner to come out today. You know, somewhere Captain Flower's probably asleep at this point, but
wake him up.
He's vibing right now. Wake him up. Absolutely. And EDG looks like they're just trying to secure a top laner for themselves, and they're gonna go for this Gragas. So, you know, tends to be a bit of a lane neutralizer, but not the best matchup on the Gnar because of that range discrepancy. Fares better in the melee champions, but very good into Skarner, into Swain. You can knock him away. You could knock the Skarner in. If Skarner ults one of your allies, you could just send him deeper into your team. And yeah, I mean, I feel like we've seen a bit of craziness today. I don't think I came in expecting the Blitzcrank. I certainly did not expect the Skarner. But both teams, I look towards this bot lane. this is such a volatile matchup. Whichever team manages to find momentum for this bot lane, it's going to make all the difference.
I'm excited, Orcs. I feel like, again, already pulling a rabbit out the hat to start things off. For LNG and EDG, for both these teams when it means so much, pulling out a Skarner, a Blitzcrank on the other side is just an incredible way to start. Orcs, quickly run me through, because when you said bot lane is so volatile, when bot lane is so important, I want to know more about how the matchup progresses, because we know that the Aphelios is going to outscale, right? But I'm more curious as to like the short range on both teams and how it interacts.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to team fights, I really like what the side of LNG have. I feel like the Renata Aphelios is going to be really hard to deal with, as you know, with the short range that EDG have, and things like the Swain will thrive there, the Gnar as well, super powerful. But it all comes down to like whether you get there. And Blitzcrank is such a weird pick, just in terms of how different he is to every champion in League of Legends, because he can be super impactful, honestly, any stage of the game. If you get the right grab at the right time, you get a pick off the back of that, boom, huge.
Jam ending,
but you know, it can also be completely useless. It's like, do you hit the skill shot or do you not? And that's kind of how a lot of his lanes work. If you hit the rocket grab in lane, we're gonna see kills. If you don't, we won't. That is literally how it comes down to. So it's in the hands of Mako, where they can find those opportunities, find those angles, and they continue to be useful throughout the game. Because, you know, Blitzcrank does tend to fall off in terms of how much you can impact a fight compared to Renata, but you can still just clutch the game. You just grab the right person, blow them up, boom. You know, we win.
Yeah, and as you said, the lane is going to be where we start off first, right? If Mako gets that within lane, Renata or Aphelios exposed, and it could be massive here for EDG, who, as we talked about in our opening segment, if you're just tuning in, Viper versus Light, where we hit the matchup, considering that both these AD carries right now have real strong points for their team. Scout, we also gave honorable mention, Doomby as well when we're looking over clips. And Orcs, I feel like with, you know, Tarzan coming back, with Junja obviously being a better option for EDG, we have a lot of standout members that towards the end of the split are getting back towards that point that we had with our high expectations as usual.
I mean, you just look at the players we have in this game, and it is so stacked. There are so many talented individuals, and it's surprising that this is a game we're talking about being in, you know, not exactly the bottom end, but the lower end of playoffs. These two teams still fighting to secure their spot, but that's where we are. And I'd be really interested to see how this, you know, how the Skarner plays out, you know, into the Poppy. I have seen before. It's kind of funny. I had a game recently in solo queue where, you know, Skarner ulted one of my teammates, and my Poppy knocked the Skarner away. Didn't go well, obviously.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
You don't want that to happen. You want to try and avoid that if possible. That is not ideal.
God. Oh, hook. Okay, there we start off here as Viper gets a small little trade. He's got lethal tempo, not Halo Blades, so Lumao takes a small burst.
1 for 1.
Orcs, I absolutely love that you brought that up. I didn't even think about it. Keeper's verdict from Impale. That's an interaction I'll be looking out for in this game. Because, yeah, it's not every day that we do get a Skarner on Summoner's Rift. I feel like the last time we had Skarner was, you know, a while back where people like Casa would play it. You know, V5's jungler, even in spring, I think, brought it out. But speaking of junglers, Junja already trying to get active here in the Blitzcrank lane.
Oh, nice knock away from Lumao. That might be enough, honestly. That might just be enough to stop the gank from happening.
Yep.
And Junja will get spotted here, and he knows he's been spotted because obviously he just gets hit there. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is this fantastic gank setup in the bot lane with this Blitzcrank, but you have to find the angle. And LNG, they're prio, they're using that. They're going so aggressive here.
Getting the movement speed from the Crystal Spire. Tarzan as well has so much mobility early. Mako angling for a hook, but Junja, as he starts his blue buff again, looks like LNG will make the safer play. As Scuttle spawns, and Tarzan will have the first one of the game. And in fact, as well, Orcs, might even have topside if he wants, but LNG have got something else on their mind. If this invade keeps going, Lumao and Light are leading.
Yeah, they just refusing to give him space, and Doinby even slams down the Visions of Empire, gets himself to stack, and just pokes out Junja a bit. Ultimately, EDG don't really lose anything at the back of that. You know, they didn't get the Scuttle, but with that prio that was available to LNG, EDG were not getting it anyway. And now Junja's heading up to get the top Scuttle, so all things considered, LNG attempted the play. They don't find anything from it as a result.
I wanted to ask you a little bit more about how it could progress, though, as we try 1-for-1 Scuttle. And what we're kind of looking for. Is it just a simple level 6 here with Talia through mid, with, you know, Poppy and Skarner interactions we talked about. Is there something more that we should be looking out for, or are you kind of just looking at that Mark II?
I mean, once you have the 6 available for Scout, that really helps you lean in the side lane. Oh, bit of aggression, but Skarner's here.
But the problem is Tarzan, is here. So Viper now needs a kite back as Graviton comes through. The spy hits the flash from Viper. Gets the rend. That is a gigantic rend with Light getting first blood, but Viper still making himself look good.
Yeah, fantastic play from Viper. It's seeing the window, and this is the thing, because LNG's bot lane spent so long in the enemy jungle, they fell behind in experience. Lumao wasn't level 3. If he had the bailout, you can't do that trade, because obviously you just get the reset coming in. But here, Mako goes aggressive because they want to try and crash the wave in, not expecting Tarzan to be there. But then imagine this situation. If the W is there for the Renata, you know, Viper would be able to just kill Light, and then the reset comes in. But that damage, the spears stacked up at a level 2 target, does so much work. And look at the bot lane now. 15 CS lead for Viper.
Yep. And you saw the wave there in the replay, Orcs. It was building up, pushed into turret, not much that Lumao could do. And then hence, as you just mentioned, the 15 CS lead in the bottom side is shown on our screen. A kill for a kill, Berserkers with longsword versus a Cull, boots, and dagger. A big difference now that Light's going to have to deal with in this Kalista lane. Is I'm just going to pause because we're looking at top lane. Arla is going for the turret, and we didn't actually get to talk about this top lane, Orcs. It has been panned to see for quite a while, and Arla now back on the Rift, and we didn't get a chance to mention it.
Yeah, I was so critical of Arla in spring, but I think his summer performance has been better, and obviously Pandasy struggled. So far, playing pretty well in the lane, you know, harassing the Gragas on the tower, making him use his mana, has the CS lead, but now it looks like we might get a big battle in the bot lane. Tarzan is trying to find a window, but it's quite hard pre-6, right? That is the big difference makers having that ultimate available, but Light, it feels like he wants to try and set up the Gravitum for a route onto Viper. Remember, no sums on this Kalista. As I say that, Flandre, you know, a swing and a miss.
Yeah, it was a good hop timing from Arla, but absolutely, I had to pull out the timing for top lane before we run out because LNG and EDG are both just constantly hovering around bot. As you said for Tarzan, utility's not going to be there quite yet. Junja is now a camp and a level ahead. But as Dragon looks to be under control, I mean, Light's going to be spotted out. Blast Cone's taken. Shove against the wall. He doesn't have cleanse. Rocket Grab flashed away from it in the nick of time. As that handshake looks clutch, Junja's burning down. He flashes, but the auto reaches max range. Mako now on the run without anything available. As Scout has the Weaver's Wall, but will he pull the trigger? Viper not doing much for the fight. He's out of summoners himself as 3 members jump on the beat boop, and down he goes. 4 now with Doomby. The never move, the jumping. Viper trying to kite it out, but it won't be the same as last play. A double kill going down, and Orcs, this was meant to be the slow matchup of today as Scout gets pulled back in, and LNG slap EDG in the face in this first 7-minute game.
Absolute disaster for EDG. We're talking about how they needed this bot lane to snowball. They look for a play, but they invest all their CC on a Light, and it doesn't connect because of the flash, right? Ginger comes in here, stuns Light into the wall. You can see the thought process, but Mako not there in time, and look, the stun just times out, and as soon as that happens, Junja has no cooldowns left. Mako has no cooldowns left. Look at him. He just walks up and autos Tarzan. Not really doing much there. And Viper knows he has to get out of dodge. Yeah, so just a massive overstep, and LNG willing to bring it. And then it's not even that. They also get Mako, and then Viper caught too by Lumao. Tries to go for the trade kill here, but isn't rewarded this time. And LNG in a fantastic spot off the back of that play. You know, we were talking about Light being in a deficit, still 10 CS down, but 3 kills for the Aphelios is exactly what you need.
Yeah, who cares now, right? We didn't get a chance to see his items, but Light, Berserker's pickaxe, bit more damage to bring to this lane, and a 1k gold lead for LNG. And Orcs, we are now at the 6 point as well. Scout was able to use the Weaver's Wall in the last play, but remember that now we have Doomby with his ultimate almost back up and available. Tarzan now has the Impale too, and we still haven't fought over the Dragon or the Herald as well. Both objectives now stand up, and it's a big time to talk about where the priority should be.
I mean, you can see where it is. It's the bot lane. Tarzan is constantly...
Yeah, Maker's trying to help out. Viper still without summoners apart from the heal. Down he goes. In the 2v2, EDG getting baffled. I never thought I'd say the day. As Light gets sent away, but Mako is still so darn low as, again, the Fracture gets sent out by Tarzan. And as he chases down, EDG are getting destroyed by our 6 and 16.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the only positive aspect was that Mako didn't die, but Viper goes down again. Good punish when the flash still isn't available. You can see it's about to come up for the Callista. And LNG, they know the win con in this game for EDG is the bot lane. This Callista and this Blitzcrank want to be ahead. They want to be making plays, being aggressive. And now they're just so deep in a hole because the Tarzans play towards the bot side. They're also picking up the Dragon off the back of this. This is a fantastic position. I just think it's a struggle because eventually, if you fall behind with this lane that EDG has, you start to question, if we grab light, do we still win? And that is such a horrible position to be in as a Blitzcrank. If you grab the AD carry, do we still win? And I feel like it's going to get to the point where I'm not really sure, especially with 6 coming in for Luma, which is a great turnaround ability. Yeah, it's starting to get difficult for EDG. And they really need to find some options here. Herald is still on the cards. If they can secure that, that might be the influx of gold they need.
But look, Tarzan's just heading right up. I mean, for LNG, making sure that EDG don't have any options at all. A mid being pushed out by Scout as Mako makes the roam, looking for the rocket grab, gets Doinby as he knocks him up. Remember that they need to burst him down before that ulti comes through. A good never move as Ignite's ticking as well. Heals up with the passive. That'll keep him alive alongside the pots as Doinby just manages to survive, but hey, at least for EDG Orcs, that will be enough to move towards the Herald safely.
Yeah, really good roam. You know, Doinby doesn't have TP. He doesn't even have Summon the Spellbook, so it's not like he can switch to it. And EDG, that grab, although it doesn't result in the kill, it's enough pressure to get the Herald. And yeah, EDG needed that by all means. And we'll have to see what they're going to be able to do with the Herald. Ideally, influx of gold for Viper is the no-brainer. But they need to find a window, need to find an opportunity to make that happen. And, you know, Tarzan has his Impale back up once again. Such a powerful tool in these skirmishes if he can get on top of his target. So, looking to see where he moves. It might be bot lane once again.
We know
it's
where
really
he's going to be.
consistent theme.
Yeah. Dude, look at Tarzan on the map. He's like, oh, there's a red buff up. Hang on, guys. He even shadowed Brush before just to back and see if he could find something. As red buff gets taken, as Lumao and Light once again set up deep vision, you just look at that line of sight. There's nothing from EDG until we get towards that mid lane wave with the control ward. And for Tarzan, still continuously finding angles. As you said, that ulti with Flash now paired up means that anything could happen with Mako and Viper. Good luck to them.
I mean, look at the vision control on the bot side. Like, wards all over the place from LNG. Control wards being put down, sweeping it out. And I feel like it's not even just the ganks. It's also Doinby. Any chance he can, he just walks a little bit towards bots, puts his W down. It must be so annoying for EDG's bot lane. And they're continuing to apply this pressure, pushing in quite deep into the enemy jungle. We had a bit of a zoom in on the map. And Tarzan steals. Oh, man.
God.
Can't
Going
catch a
from
break.
bad to worse. You can't. I mean, it's only a 1.3k gold lead, but we're looking at LNG controlling this early game absolutely to a T. And as we look at the CS on the board as well, like, just note that mid might be down, but bot down 22. You've got a 3 kill lead over your enemy AD carry. You still have a bounty on Light. Doinby right now an attempted gank as Mako is trying to run towards the mid lane Orcs. And hey, at least EDG trying to counter punch.
Yeah, looking for the opportunity to punish mid. Get some gold for Scout, hopefully, if he can get range of this. Not actually sure if he wants to. Okay, he should just walk up here using the move speed yet. So just get that. Making that mid tower weaker, obviously, you know, we talk about this quite a bit. You'd love to be able to take a full tower on the side lane, but EDG clearly think that's just not viable. They'll take the gold mid and then try and move and just make sure they have coverage bot. But look what's happening. 2 plates down already. And EDG, you know, the bot lane is bleeding. They need a sort of response to come in here.
Oh, never moves great. Tarzan's here once again. The fracture beautiful, but the impale! There it is! Orcs, it worked beautifully because now he's under turret. What a beautiful combo, and I'm so glad we finally get to see it.
Jojo, you played yourself. You did it to yourself. Oh my lord, that went better. The fact as well, knocked in the tower, that went better than I could ever imagine. Great timing from Tarzan and just a hilarious interaction.
You know, you can't kill yourself in this game, but that's as close to a self-kill as I've ever seen. Junja is now 0-2, and Tarzan must be grinning from ear to ear. I mean, as you said, it keeps going from bad to worse. LNG have all the reins on this game, and there has not been a moment where we've seen EDG get as much of a punishment as that mid lane grab in the mid lane Orcs. It's been few and far between.
Yeah, that's been that one window really into the game. Nothing else. Oh, I'm so glad we get a replay. The slow-mo, I hope it's needed. What a hilarious interaction. And you're coming with me, buddy. And yeah, stunned as well under the tower at the end. Definitely not how Junji planned that one out, but that fantastic, honestly. Just great to see.
I'm so glad you're on the money today. Like I said, birthday boy, it's your day, isn't it? We get the blitz, we get the Skarner, and we
blessed.
get you really have. As even in the mid lane, we can say the same thing about LNG. You almost find Flandre. He's got the flash available, and he will get out, but as EDG move back towards the Dragon, LNG now with a HP bar advantage, Orcs, and I'm looking this a bit risky as EDG still try to go 50-50 on this. We'll pause though, because Weaver's Wall comes in. The flash burnt too. Loom out with the hostile takeover is great, but the Fate's Call might turn it around. Flash from Junja against the wall. They want this Aphelios, but Light is still full HP with shurikens galore. Explosive cask against the wall means nothing as Flandre jumps in, but no one can touch Light. Double, ready to turn to a triple if Viper walks back in. But EDG, they're deaths at the making of this Aphelios who's 6-1.
And honestly, it was actually a fantastic wall coming out from Scout. I thought that might have been enough to get them into the fight. Yep. But they don't find Light. That's the critical thing. They're not able to connect on the Aphelios. And the Swain as well, you can see how strong this pick is into EDG's comp. Viper can't auto Doinby without being in range. And so as a result, we see a situation like this where, as I said, really good wall that comes in here that cuts them off. And I think Junja actually ends up having a bit of a misplay. So they kill Tarzan quite quickly. That's really positive. But here, Junja ends up slamming the wrong target into the wall, gets Luma instead of Light, and as much as I'm not sure it would have made that much difference, definitely not the target you want. And here, Viper just stuck in range of Doinby, not even able to find the kill in the end.
We come back to live, though, bottom left. Dragon actually taken by EDG. I believe LNG reset on par as well, so at least there is one objective for EDG, but after that fight, almost a 4K gold lead. 16 minutes into the game. Orcs, you were saying EDG needed this bot to get ahead. They are a comp that we also talked about them being shorter range. Now Aphelios, even Doomby in a comfortable position, it looks so hard as we transition to this mid-game.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult. I think they're honestly going to have to look to have really intelligent things like Weaver's Wall, going for picks with the Blitzcrank. That is the route in, because in a 5v5, I mean, I even feel like that last fight was like a good 5v5 in how it initially got set up with the wall, but it's just not enough. And the thing is, like, you know, so many champions on the side of LNG, Nart, Skarner, and the Swain really are hard to deal with in your short range, because if you're in range to hit them, they're in range to decimate you. And that doesn't even include the fact that this bot lane for LNG is so strong. And now EDG trying to make a play for this Herald. I don't think you can do this. The fact they've already grouped over here means, you know, they're not getting anything else elsewhere on the map. Mako throws a grab, it doesn't hit, and now they just leave, but they get nothing.
Yep. Nothing on the other side of the map. Absolutely nothing that they have to hold over LNG. As that Herald goes down, even the mid lane turret will be well defended. And further to your conversation, Orcs, I mean, feel like Doomby. Look at the value he has on Swain right in front of you. Mako gets caught. Explosive Cask is great, though, and Flandre gets a trade kill as the Fate's Call gets Mako out. Doomby flashes for it. The Never Move, the Demon Flare doesn't need to be burned, but Doomby is turning into a demon as Agent 007 gets a kill. Junja sends him away to stop the play, but a 2-for-1 again in favor of Li Ning.
This is a problem. They get a pick, but it's not enough, right? In the extended fight, you're struggling to get away, and this is only going to become more problematic once Doinby has that Rylai's. Once you're in his range, you ain't getting out, and now going to use that second Herald mid, looking for the tower here. Flandre does avoid getting caught there, but they never move, but still, LNG expanding that lead. Speaking of leads, look at top lane, 40 CS up in the matchup between these two.
Yep.
Arla has been having a fantastic return to the Rift.
Oh, yeah, especially after we've been watching Fantasy struggle in the lanes. Arla, a better piece of medicine. But Orcs, in this replay, I mean, it's a good pick. It's a good return from Flandre, but just the Skarner ultimate value.
Yeah, and something we always talk about with Skarner is the tax, right? The QSS tax. It's inevitable that Viper's going to have to pay that cost if he wants to be able to team fight. but you're already so far behind. You're already in the hole, and you can see he's still trying to just finish off his Ginsu. He wants that 2-item spike on the Callista, but it just means you're a prime target for this Skarner. And even there, like, they get the grab on a Lumao. That should be good. That's how you want to start fights, is you pick someone off, and it still isn't enough. It's still not enough to find the advantage. Now, they are leading towards the bot side of the map. This is a good window for this. It's 45 seconds till Baron, so it's not like they can go for that in return, and they may have found Arla here.
Weaver's wall, shove against the wall. Arla with no Mega Nava. Mako needs a rocket grab here, maybe to finish it off as he flashes away. Teleport as well, hops over the minion. Gets a distance as EDG committing 5 members. As you said, nothing on the other side of the map. Scout burns the flash, but 5 members to kill this cute creature, and this is going to be the cost.
Yeah, it took so long. They invested so much, so many flashes. The fact they had to use the teleport from Flandre as well, that is where it gets really costly. I said there was no Baron on the other side of the map, sure, but they managed to take the tier 2 tower mid, and they may look to get a little bit more on this top tier 2 as well. You can see EDG are now here responding. We'll just use the ult from Poppy to try and zone them away.
Cooldown there, Orcs.
Yeah, just kind of slits for the shorter cooldown, yeah, but still such a massive loss.
Yeah, I was kind of curious to say whether Mako goes for the hook here, flashes over the wall, and, well, bye to Junja once again.
Yep.
Just gets caught out by Tarzan, who is styling on this Skarner. I don't know if he's awake yet, but there's a certain man in North America that needs to see this. As a seismic shove sends Tarzan back, but it's all that needs to be done as LNG are cleaving through the world champions. I mean, Arla's back, but we're also getting the coordinated team play we got with Panda C as well.
Man, LNG are back. Where's this LNG been throughout this split? I'll be real. Yeah, this has been fantastic play for them. And even though obviously, you know, they've had series wins, I've still, every time they've played, I've been questioning it. And this game so far, it's early days, but they've looked really convincing. Dragon up in 10. They have the Hex Gates as well to get out of the base. And EDG, I think they might try and look for a pick here, but be careful what you wish for. The Visions of Empires will spot them out and they have to back away. I don't think you can contest this Dragon, but it looks like they're going to try.
Okay, well, EDG tried with the last Herald as well, so I wouldn't be surprised as it starts off, hoping for the Ren. Doomby now with the flanking angle. They start on Tarzan with the explosive cast, but as he gets the bailout, even without an ulti, Tarzan surviving for his life until Flandre runs into him. Doomby separated as well. Another knockup as Doomby's about to drop as he goes golden. Arla's ulti can have value, but Light still with the team fight carry. Flandre hits him up, and LNG Orcs, was it too soon? Did we curse them? Orcs, was it too soon? Viper's gonna get rend, Arla's gonna die. Lumao the last standing here, and just as we say, they're looking great. LNG get absolutely swept.
We actually just kissed them. LNG said it right before the fight. Oh my lord, they drop 0 for 5, and now, I mean, this is the Callista as well. Could be almost impossible to secure it. It's just so messy, right? Doimby goes for the super long flank, but like the rest of the team on there, Arla's like, I want some of this action. I was like, guys, the fight's already started. Tarzan is already basically dead at this point. Junja with a fantastic knockaway, but it just ends up so messy, so split from the side of LNG. They just got overconfident. I feel that's the only way I can sort of explain it.
Yeah.
But just mind-blowing to be that far ahead, to be that comfortable in this game, maybe a bit too comfortable, I feel.
Maybe. I mean, I know EDG's forte has always been these full-on 5v5s, mid to late game. We've known EDG is a great team fighting team, but this goes beyond that. LNG just so separated. And Orcs, you know, this is the criticism we've given them. And as we look back at this game that felt done, that felt so clean from LNG, we now have to reevaluate a little bit because Scout now with the bounty, Flandre with the bounty, Viper is getting back some of the gold that he lost so hard in lane. It is now even, and EDG got the last dragon, so it's not like LNG are going to be able to force an early soul either.
Yeah, and I still like LNG's composition as it goes late in the game.
Of course.
But that has done so much. That has done so much for EDG. You can see Viper has his core items and a QSS in pocket now, right? Scout's builds coming across nicely. Flandre has 3 full items, picking up a lot of gold from that fight. For a game that seemed like LNG firm control, completely lost it after that. Now, they are going to be able to pick up that bot tower. Nice play from Arla. You know, enemy team has Baron. Able to get something on the other side is definitely a positive. But EDG is just going to continue trying to make things happen. As I say that, though, Tarzan, he's fishing for something.
but no one else beside him. I mean, Arla without the TP,
Okay, I'll
Doomby
take
just
the ward.
holding back in the wave, and yeah, the ward going to be a good compromise in the situation. As you said, LNG able to pick up a turret of their own, but as topside goes down, there is still a bit of gold to be taken here with all inner turrets available for EDG. Baron going for another minute 10 as well, Orcs, and I want you to walk me through the setup here and how you start utilizing the even game that you have all of a sudden with people like Mako, people like Scout that have such great pick potential in situations like this.
Yeah, so one of the problems is at the moment you don't actually have that deep vision, just on the fact that like that fight kind of came out of nowhere. So you want to push the lanes in, push into the enemy jungle like we're seeing Junja and Mako do here. With that mid push, they can start to establish vision, start to contest. If they find anyone, ideally go for a pick.
Got him! Oh my god, he got him! Mako from 0 to hero this game. I tell you what, that blitz pull, Orcs, like you said, means so much at any point in the game.
Absolutely, easy pick. And now that wave was being pushed in the bot lane by Flandre, they can just move over with the wave that was stacked up, get this tier 2 bot lane, extra influx for gold of them, now pretty significantly ahead. They're going to keep pushing with this cannon minion. Don't think they'll be able to take the tower here, but they have to respect Mako with the grab. And the wall's actually going to be enough. Fantastic from EDG.
Beautiful. I mean, great usage from Scout means that the turret just goes down. And for EDG, breaking the base in this first game that seemed impossible. Tarzan and Arla going for a flank though. Meganar, the Hex Gate, could be huge here. Arla looking for the better angle as he still has the flash available. Mega's about to pop.
You gotta go.
5 members, he goes the other way. Doesn't want to take it here. Tarzan still trying to go in. Blast cone's there. Flash still. 3-man. Might be enough for the Fates call the disengage. Keeper's verdict. See you later, Doinby. And EDG just yeet him out and yeet out themselves.
Did you see the wings flapping when he went through the air? Swain trying to fly there. And yeah, I mean, the angle looked good, but unfortunately only able to catch Mako with the follow-up. You know, Gnarl into the wall, but then the stun after only hit the Blitzcrank. Fate's goal kept him safe. Junja knocks them away. And LNG struggling to find anything there. They lose the bot lane inhibitor tower. And now looking at that dragon in 45 seconds. The gold's still pretty even. You know, Light's still strong. He's got 3 items on this Aphelios. But yeah, EDG in prime position to set up for this objective. You can see Tarzan, Doinby, not even on the same side of the map. It looks like they are uninterested in this dragon completely.
It's going to mean Soul comes up next here, and whether LNG like it or not, we are going to get or not, I should say, get a 5v5. A Viper clearing the mid wave for now as Tarzan just goes and puts in some deep vision. But Viper's so aggressively heading forward. And as Light shows himself as well, instead of going straight to the dragon, as Mako forces the flash. That's from Lumao. These hooks are getting closer, Orcs, and EDG are getting more confident to go for objectives like this.
Yeah, Viper has to be a bit careful. They're taking some damage. But yeah, Mako constantly threatening. And LNG, you know,
Mako. Oh! Did it again! Beep, boop. What are you going to do? Mako with the hook once again means so much as EDG hover around LNG. Want to pick off the back end, but Mako's starting to look real juicy for an MVP if EDG win this.
I mean, this is how it goes. The Blitzcrank, if you land the grabs at any point in the game, you can just take people out. And Lumao is this immobile, vulnerable target. Mako done a fantastic job. And LNG, you know, their team fight, the way their comp works is very effective, but they're not even getting a chance to do. Wait a minute.
Hang on. All right. Well, Tarzan and Arla by himself, but everyone's taking the Hex Gate. The boys are here. Mako with yet another hook. The Skarner is going to stand in place while EDG laugh at him. A Fates call as LNG with their strongest member once again sent away. Orcs now it's only Doinby as yet another hook hits. A seismic shove, a confidence play. Doinby buying time as he gets the bailout. A really good never move as LNG get 2 back. Now onto Viper. Arla tries, but this Callista kiting out, Ren's down. Explosive cast. Look at Viper go. Lumao's next, and you can never count out the deadly snake of EDG.
So many things went wrong, and in the end, EDG managed to pull it back. That was such a crazy passage of play. I can't wait for the replay to go through it. But EDG managed to find the edge now. Junja's still down, but Tarzan, he's not even interested in heading over. Would really struggle to get into the pit against the likes of this Talia, against this Gragas. And Baron's going to be secured. Oh my, I want to see the replay for this. It was an absolute fiesta.
Yeah.
Absolute madness. So many things on both sides just went horrifically wrong. Yeah, so first off, Tarzan trying to go for this pick. doesn't factor in that all of EDG are going to be using the hex gates in this one. He's checking the passports as they come through. EDG aren't happy with that, and they take him out. But then EDG, they make their own overstep. They try and go too far forwards, and you get the knock away from Junja, but then Doinby, not the target you want to grab, honestly. Pulling him into range of your team, and despite the stun, he's able to do so much damage.
Look at this.
But hysterics, that, you know, my most painful moment is what comes from light a little later.
Oh, yeah.
I just don't think he thought about it. You're playing a dashless champion, you don't factor this in. But look, he gale forces over the unraveled earth and stuns himself right in front of Viper. Sets it up, right? It's like a little present for him. Oh no, it's just getting worse. Hysterics.
Oh, this game sure is a great intro to the series, though. Let's be real. As we come back, EDG are going to be looking for this top side turret. But hey, with Flandre mid as well, it could be more. Doomby with an angle.
Again.
But he's on a ward. I mean, the gates have been used nicely, but Escada goes in. Tarzan going golden to buy time. Flandre now has his angle on Doomby as Viper flashes the Fate's Call as well. They knock him up. He gets Sonya's again, but look at the other front line. Arla with only a one-man knock-up, and Doomby's dead. Arla's about to die. He can't jump out thanks to Junja. LNG had this game so firmly, Orcs, and now EDG looks like they could possibly end.
They might just be able to. I mean, I don't know what the play was there. Light wasn't there. He got knocked away by Junja. Really fantastic poppy ult. And now they're just going to look for the end. If Mako lands a grab, the game is just over. But honestly, even if he doesn't, I think they could just push it in and look to finish it off.
Watch Mako once again. Tarzan runs forward. Does he need it? Yes, he gets light. He gets light. Get beat. Boot. Mako is the blitzcrank of your nightmares. EDG are going to win this game out against all odds of what we saw in the early game. LNG still with their problems, but EDG bring that X factor into the start of this series.
What was that game? That was fantastic, amazing, but also just such a mess. But a great game from EDG and Mako. You know, we were critical, didn't think he'd have the best split even year. That was a true carry performance, just making Lumao have the roughest time possible in this Renata. The confidence to bring out the Blitzcrank pick, and then losing lane. Lane was a disaster for EDG. And I was saying, right, you need this lane to get ahead. Apparently not. Apparently Mako will just win the game. And that is the power of the Blitzcrank pick, is that at any point of the game, it can kind of just single-handedly do that, right? Even if you're behind, just as long as you grab the right person, there's almost always a squishy target where if you grab them, the fight ends up winning, as long as you're not too far behind. And EDG found it, I guess. I guess they just did.
Oh, God. The picks were great from Mako, but I think the biggest thing was LNG, that fight towards Dragonhawks. That's the only thing I'm going to focus on, because that fight was showing what LNG are doing this split, why LNG are a team questioned so heavily by us, and whether they're going to make a play up front, because they can look so great in the game. Tarzan can look in control, Doomby a supportive player, like the bottom lane 2v2, dominated, and then a play like that happens where they're all over the place, and LNG show us again why they are on the verge of playoffs right now.
Yeah, I mean, Tarzan was looking at like an MVP Skarner performance if that carried on, and now losing, and remember, we hit on at the start of the day, this is not like a meaningless series. These teams aren't locked into playoffs. These teams are still towards the lower end. They need wins. And now LNG 1-0 down to EDG in a game that they should have won. Look at the goal graph. They were almost 6k in the lead. They have Renata, Aphelios, fantastic scaling bot lane. They have a really good team fight. And then just too many mistakes, too many fumbles ended up costing them so heavily.
Oh, and you know, it's a standard LPL graph, a lot of people will say, but we really haven't seen as many flips as people would expect. And for EDG, like, God, Mako got so many great picks in that game. You can see Scout gets the best KDA, but Orcs, I will say, the Weaver's Wall didn't start coming in until after that Dragon fight, until, you know, we started sieging and EDG started going for the inner and the base turrets, where Scout started to really show his use on the Talia, and why in the mid game this pick is quite heavily feared.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Talia is just so strong in the moment. Always ends up doing like so much damage. You don't think about it that much, but it's just that consistent damage over the course of the fight, constantly throwing out your Q, but then also the power of the Unraveled Earth. Even like the thing is, we saw an early Talia pick, so LNG didn't really opt into many dashes, But that Gale Force from Light ended up being so costly because you could tell what the thought process was. I'm going to dash in a Viper, pop him, ends up just completely miscalculating. But that threat, the Unraveled Earth, the Seismic Shoves, great pick potential. And it just meant when we had these rocket grabs coming in, the target was just certainly just going to go down immediately. So EDG, they managed to pull it off, but they still have a full series to sort of round out on this one. It's just one game.
Yeah, it's only one game. We'll see where it goes. We're going to go to a break and hopefully get a rendition of that first game coming up next.
Road to try and come across here. Xiaohu cutting them off from this. They're just going to burst it down.
The damage is so much. Scout needs a great little ult here as John just misses. Goes down the smite there. RNG now have the execution, but they need the kills to go through as Flandre is forced over the wall. Look at Xiaohu. Look at Gala. The target survived. Once again, Gala will not be dying today. RNG with the comeback of the split. Edward Gaming may be world champions, but RNG are 3 times MSI reps.
Prime on the side here too. He can give up his flank angle, and Ultra Prime will just move in as a body unit here. All 5 of them trying to set up a front to back for Elk.
Oh, look at
Wayward.
Look at
Like,
Wayward.
yeah, they have no idea. No wards are over here. They're walking straight into Wayward, who Mega Nars into the wall, and Top B Sports. They're trying to move into Ultra Prime, and Ultra Prime have disappeared. Wayward shows Zoom who is who, and Top B Sports, the train keeps on chugging.
And this could well be another big fight coming up between them. JDG kind of be Kanavi.
A little bit rough, and Kanavi, he gets out of there barely. 369 about to have Meganar. He wants to go in, only gets one. Needs to get out. He is taken. No, he flashes, and they're following. But Bull is caught now. Hope is just firing away, and they've got so much damage with Kanavi. Here comes Yakao on the side. Ultra Shock Laser from the heavens, and every hope that's ever existed for JDG exists in this game.
It's going to be hard for them to really make this one work. UCal looking to try and trade solo players, but they get themselves on the top of this one. This is ongoing in, but a curse of Sam Mummy into the explosive cast, and they're able to get the GA immediately. One farm, though, still doing well. The Shy with the slicing Maelstrom right onto the backside. Kepler knows he needs to do something. I will say that Baseron's doing some significant damage, but can they kite this one out? They cannot. SOFM's getting his reset. You can see the triple kill for the Shy.
Legend. They do bend and not break for anyone's legend. They're just trying to push this back out and take down this tower that WE are using as a home base at this point.
Yeah, and it makes it so.
That's a big engage though. But look, AL going back in here. Moonlight Vigil front to back. Xiaohao getting taken out though. Kadaya now big Emperor's Divide from Forge himself. And now you got the slicing Maelstrom. Xiaohao tries to come back in. Benny is full health. Benny's got the Inferno. Benny's got the damage. And Benny is the late game carry for anyone's legend.
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You made a fight that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. That dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. That dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. That dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. That dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. take it. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. No, you're not in control. Oh, once you connect, she feels alive, and you're pulling her close, her close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. I bailar.
然后我觉得 Scout 选手的优点，他的优势在，他在 EDG 待了很多年，然后跟队友配合了很久，比如说以前的队友啊，什么 Miko 这种，所以我觉得他跟辅助配合这上面是非常厉害。比如说他知道什么时候叫辅助来帮他做视野呀，他知道什么时候要去校的帮校的，我觉得这个点做得非常好。我觉得我们要引上 EDG 的话，因为我们打 V5那天比赛的时候，其实前面还是有很多少失误嘛，比如说一级的换野区啊什么这种东西，我觉得我们这些地方都要注意，都要小心，因为我们确实最近中后期这方面比以前好很多了，但是前面可能优势没有以前那么大，或者我们前面可能是劣势，开局的时候可能稍微输1000也好，2000也好，3000也好，这个点我们一定要好好处理，好好解决。
Dilby's never someone I'm worried about, you know, if he's going to give us enough in an interview. I mean, he's always very vocal. By the way, in his second language, Chinese, you know, Mandarin not being his native language. So we welcome you back. LNG with a massive throw, EDG with a massive win, starting off game number 1. Orcs to round out that game number 1. Let's just throw Mako up on the screen. Gets MVP on his Blitzcrank, and it was well-deserved considering some of those picks led to some of the bigger moments for EDG.
Yeah, I mean, just constantly finding Lumao and just not allowing him to play the game. The confidence to bring out the Blitzcrank to end up losing lane, largely due to LNG having a good jungle presence down there. And then it didn't matter. It didn't matter. Finding those clutch moments, constantly getting those picks, and LNG struggled to even have a fair team fight, right? It felt like EDG with the grabs, the knockaways from the Poppy, from the Gragas, the Weaver's Wall. LNG never really got that many 5v5s after that one they lost around the Dragon, and Mako was just a big reason for that.
I think Mako just kind of showed up in a series where we weren't talking about him at all. Remember, Orcs, we came into today mentioning that Mako's had a bit of a rough split, hell, an even rough year.
Yeah, it hasn't been the best year for him, I feel like, especially coming off Worlds, having the win. But moments like this, you know, give you confidence in him again. This wasn't the best one, the grab here coming on Doinby, but still, just EDG managed to clutch out the fight with their strong team fighting coming through, and admittedly, you know, a bit of a mistake coming from Light later in this one, but just solid play to fall behind and then still manage to find this window back in this game, and just take over at one small. Viper really stepping up as the carry, but here, finding that grab on a Light, it just felt like he was heat-seeking, felt like it was targeted, not a skill shot.
I mean, Mako hit, like, all of them in this late game, from the 20-minute mark to the 30-minute mark. I think Mako missed one. So really hit the mid-game strong. And for EDG, as we said before, that mid-game was where they came alive, because, Orcs, you and I said in that first game, like, LNG, that fight around Dragon was devastating for them. A full ace that cost them so much gold, where they were like 4, 5, almost 6,000 gold ahead coming up to that 20-minute mark.
Yeah, they were in such a comfortable spot, and I felt like, you know, the fact that this Callista hadn't gotten ahead, I felt like LNG were going to be comfortable going to later fights, but the execution wasn't there. And I think that was the main issue for LNG, the execution. And it's interesting hearing the interview from Doinby, because he was saying he felt like mid to late game macro has improved. Early game is our issue, and yet they won the early here, and they flopped on the mid to late game, right? It was the opposite of his expectations. So maybe focusing a bit too much on shoring up the early issues and not being as respectful in the later stages. But now, you know, go to the game 2. I feel like there's definitely tools you could remove from the side of EDG. Talia seems ridiculous. I'm going to be real. I think this champion, if you're not first picking it on blue side, I think it needs to be banned. It's just too strong.
Yeah, I completely agree. Things like the Poppy as well, even though it didn't have as great an early game impact as someone like Tarzan who picked up Skarner, feels like a lot of teams are also prioritizing the Poppy here. Orcs, just before we start talking more about picks, just a quick mention to our audience out there. Junja is still playing. There are no subs. Arla is still in the top side. Panda C's not coming back in. So we're getting the exact same rosters we saw in game 1. And as we do go into pick and ban, EDG have swapped. They're on the blue side now, Orcs. And we can talk a little bit more about those picks, because I like that you said the Talia. LNG have already started with Azeri. Azir comes through up against Scout, which is his top pick. But there's another mid laner that we already mentioned that might have to go next.
Yeah, I think, you know, EDG are never going to ban Talia. My question is, will LNG ban it here? Will they leave it open? Renata's still available. Talia, Poppy, all these power picks, but I think Talia is kind of the one I would be really concerned. I think EDG probably just first pick it if it's left open. But we'll see if they go in that direction. And it really comes down to their preferences. I think the interesting thing before is we saw EDG themselves. Oh, actually, Callista coming out as a ban. So yeah, do EDG just first pick Talia? That's the direction I'd go, and I think it's that strong right now. And it looks like they agree.
Okay, well, lock that in then. Quick, tell me the response, Orcs, because for LNG, a lot of picks up and available. Aphelios we saw in the first game. We also got our taste of the Skarner from Tarzan, but he has the option of Poppy this time.
Well, I think Poppy, probably a good shout. I don't think you want the enemy team to get Poppy and Talia. That is so painful. And picking up the Aphelios yourself could be quite powerful. The city carry has been really high prio. Obviously, they had it last time. So maybe wanting to take that one again. We'll see what else they have to go for. Actually going for the early Lissandra, which, you know, I can understand the Lissandra into the Talia. Obviously able to, you know, use the claw and just appear at the other end of the Unraveled Earth and go for lockdown. Like, this is a strong mid-jungle combo with the Lissandra Viego for those resets. But I feel like you've just given over so much power to EDG. Like, these picks from LNG are fine, but they're not power picks. They're not like the highest presence picks on the patch. And I think EDG could just take, like, Poppy Aphelios if they wanted here. Poppy Aphelios makes sense in my eyes. Maybe they want to respond in the jungle with the Poppy and then just, secure AD carry everyone's been leaning on the patch.
As you said, power picks are big. I mean, Renata also an option here as well to take it away. So EDG not only having those power picks, but having direction within them as well. We'll wait and see what gets picked up because for EDG, once again, running back Scout on the Talia, which in the mid-game had such big impact. Junja going to get his Poppy again, where he's only played 2 champions as split. One's Trundle, one's Poppy, And now his Poppy is looking mighty fine with 4 games played and a hell of a KDA.
I just feel like the priority is a bit weird from LNG. Like for EDG, this is the best mid laner on the patch, the best jungler on the patch. And although, you know, FLES isn't strictly the best AD carry, he's usually one of the best that doesn't get banned. Often we see like Zeri is banned, Kalista is denied, or like Renata is. So EDG should be really happy with what they got. And then LNG, the Gangplank comes in, a decent pick, but a lot of priority put into securing the top side of the map. And I still don't feel like pound for pound they've got it as good as EDG, but they are going to try and target Flandre's champion pool. That Vladimir we talked about earlier going to get taken away, a good matchup for the GP. We'll see what else they opt to go for as a ban here. And EDG, they could look at the 80 carry pool, I think, and just thin that out.
I was going to say, it's hard to ban Flandre out, though. While EDG go the direction you were just mentioning, I mean, for Flandre, yeah, things like the Vladimir, but he's also got Kennen, the Sejuani's been played. Like, Flandre has had a lot of interesting picks like the Riven, even the Ornn, which doesn't really come out much in the LPL, as even the Gragas goes on top of that too. So they're still attempting to ban out that top side, but for EDG, we have really limited 80 carries left that they can ban, right? Like, what else is there, Orcs? Jinx is the point we're getting?
Senna, you could take Senna out. I mean, Jinx is a fine one as well. It's good into the Aphelios. It's often what we see traded off. You could just take Senna here and then leave your support pick to counter whatever EDG have. If they go for like a Nautilus, then you take the Tom. If they go for like, you know, something more defensive like a Renata, then you go for the Seraphine.
Okay.
Alternatively, they could just take a support for themselves here, but potentially going in a bit of an interesting direction with the Misfortune. Not something we often see, not since spring really, as this showed up, but pretty good until Felios obviously outranges him, can just harass him in lane. And then in the team fight, like, you have a pretty strong 5v5 with the setup with LNG. And now for EDG, they need to lock their support blind and they need to answer the Gangplank. Might be considering the Gwen option. Remember, this is the semi-reworked Gwen. Now scales really well, but does have a bit of a weaker laning phase.
Yep.
And they will go for that one. And now in the support role, what do EDG want to take?
Well, Mako pulled out Blitzcrank in game number 1. You already mentioned the Nautilus, though. Leona, one of his best champions historically, too. And I feel like for EDG, I mean, power picks across the board, Orcs. We can talk about it in a little bit, but that's going to be another tank going up against this Misfortune. So I need you to run me through what LNG do for maybe not more damage source, but how to round this out with what more realistic Engage. Is that the better route?
Yeah, Engage is good. And, you know, you might be asking, why did EDG take the Leona instead of the Nautilus? Because Nautilus is absolutely higher prio. The reason is Leona's ultimate. If MF starts channeling her ultimate, Leona can instantly stop it. Even if a Misfortune is cleansed, like, it doesn't matter if you cleanse if your ult's been cancelled. Which is why EDG go for the you know, weaker support, just have a stronger option here. LNG respond with the Nautilus, and now, you know, they have that good AoE lockdown. If Doinby gets a big root into a big ult, and you have the MF ult on top, very powerful. You have good single target burst, which can set up Tarzan for the resets. You know, you can definitely understand how LNG's composition wants to function. The problem is on the side of EDG, they have this Gwen who can be a menace in the late stage of the game. You know, Poppy has been so problematic. Talia as well. I feel like the Aphelios might struggle a bit in the fights here to an extent, but I think EDG's top side is fantastic as long as the Gwen doesn't struggle too much in the laning phase with the nerfs she had.
Okay, well, it's interesting at the very least for Flandre. I mean, pulling out the Gwen, I was just looking across his history. He actually hasn't played Gwen yet. Flandre has played 6, 9, 11 unique champions. This is going to be number 12. So something new for Flandre every day. Like I said, hard to ban him out. For LNG, after the way the game number one went, excuse me, I feel like this Misfortune pick once again throwing a spanner into the works. Orcs, a big concern here considering that Poppy Talia has been, I think, one of our strongest new 12-12, 12-13 mid-jungle duos, and are just looking so good in the LPL considering Scout showed us last game. Even Junja, who had a bit more of a silent game on the Poppy, also powerhouse with some of the ultis and the engages later on.
Yeah, 100%. And I think the power of the Poppy is like if you hit an ult onto any real piece of LNG. Let's say you ult Tarzan, suddenly you can't get the resets. You ult Doinby, there's a big part of your lockdown gone. Just removing one member from the fight for such a long time is so powerful. And that's ignoring the fact that she has these strong ganks in the side lanes with the knock into the wall.
Yep.
I just feel like LNG are going to struggle in the fight. As much as I said I praise their team fighting, so much of it's going to come off Doinby because of the fact that Nautilus is going to struggle into this Poppy Talia. Like, when you throw the dredge line and it counts as a dash, if the Poppy pops the W, if you're going over Unraveled Earth, you're not going to be able to get your full combo in. You're going to get locked out. It's pretty frustrating. And I think EDG, as long as they don't get eclipsed in the early mid game, I think they should be very comfortable with this composition going into the later stages.
As you said, the Gwen in the side lane going to be huge too. As we welcome you back to Summoner's Rift, remember for EDG, that game 1 was a huge miracle comeback. And I think what's more important is the fact that for LNG, they had that game within their grasp. That game was theirs up until the Dragon fight in the bottom side, and it all just fell apart. So, I don't know, for LNG, 6-6, they desperately need this win. And heck, even if it's not a series win, game wins start becoming important as we go through the split orcs. Because remember, it's series, then it's games, then it's head-to-head. So the games always come back to bite you in the bum, as have in Week 9 and Week 10 as we round out our final positions of playoffs.
I think that's the thing is that, like, you can speculate, like, maybe LNG don't need to be EDG to make playoffs, but you don't actually know for sure. You don't know if they're definitely going to win the rest of the games. They don't know if, other teams are going to make the standings more difficult. We don't know the exact cutoff, what it's going to be. And so you just don't want to chance it. You want to pick up as many series wins as possible. You don't want to be reliant on other teams' performances in games that you're not involved in to decide whether you make playoffs. You want to just secure it. And as we're seeing this top lane start off, Ole really bringing it to Flandre so far, consistently proccing this grasp and just giving a hard time to the Gwen.
As you said, the Gwen with a weaker laning phase, range on E. What else changed Orcs? The cooldown, the damage?
The range on E actually went up. But the big thing that got nerfed is the refund. So when you E, if you auto after you E, you get like a refund for percentage. It used to be 50%. It is now 25% at rank 1, and it scales up. But I'm going to hold that thought. We're going to get a gank coming in here.
Yeah, dude. I mean, the flash comes from Juju. Ala just matches it. Tarzan's incoming, though, as the barrel gets laid down. Can they kill him first? Yes, they can. It goes to Flandre as Tarzan wants his little reset, but he kites it out. However, Tarzan with a Q backwards. Well played from the jungler. Equals up the score with both top laners dying.
Yeah, and it's a good read from Ole to instantly start running. The second Flandre charged at him. He kind of got he suspected something was happening. And Junja as well knew that once Tarzan was close to getting the kill, you do not want to hang around. If he gets a full rotation of cooldowns from the Gwen as well, definitely becomes scary. So Tarzan answers back, picks up the scuttle on his top side as well, and can go back in his jungle and continue clearing. He's in a pretty good position right now off the back of that.
Well, look at him. I mean, Tarzan's going to have so much CS on top. As we look at the replay, this was a flash for flash orcs. Quick thinking from Ala.
Yeah, I mean, just finding this window and just moving instantly towards his jungler. Yes, he goes down, but he buys enough time for Tarzan in this extended trade to get the kill. The Q just connecting there. And see, Junja just knows he has no cooldowns left. He's not going to be able to solo out this Viego. He just gets out of there. And this is kind of why the Viego is one of the things that was banned in game 1 against the Poppy. You can interrupt the dash, you can knock him away, but ultimately, compared to other picks in the jungle, Viego does quite well. If you get into an extended fight with a Poppy, you will just shred her with that percentage HP damage.
I think we're going to start paying attention to Tarzan a little bit more, though, because Tarzan with the Sheen, as he heads towards the bottom side, has himself a direct route to this EDG bottom lane. And Orcs says, we get a bit of an interrupt here through mid, and actually a nice setup from Scout, who doesn't have much more mana. Last game was all about bot. Tarzan literally hovered this bottom lane 24/7 as the Skarner, even 3-6. We know this time around bot lane might not be as volatile, but with a misfortune. For LNG, I feel like it's a similar condition, but reversed, right?
To an extent, but honestly, I feel like for LNG, you're fine with just letting the bot lane play out 2v2. One thing is that, like, the Nautilus into Leona can be a bit of a tricky matchup. You can use your Q to stop her engage. That's how you want to play it and keep them at a distance. Let their MF do the trading. But really, for the side of LNG, they want to play around their mid jungle because the Lissandra, with the lockdown, with the reset potential for the Viego, is very potent. And what I would love to see is, as soon as 6 is hit for Doinby, if you can start to burn Scout Summoners, get his cleanse, maybe his flash, it will really put the Talia in a difficult position. Once the Talia is in a difficult position, it becomes harder to roam. If you don't have flash or cleanse and you go walking in the fog of war, you'll just die. And it allows LNG's mid jungle to start to take over the map. And that's something they were so good at. I feel like in spring, they were at a period of time, we really looked at this mid jungle as being one of the strongest in the league. And although it was a brief tenure, there was definitely a lot of praise towards them when they could take over the map.
Yeah, we knew that, Doomby, that's what he would add, the value of this team. Before, they had Icon, and for LNG, mid lane wasn't as reliant, wasn't as synced up, I'd say. But for Doomby, it still hasn't worked out well, let's be real. LNG's coordination hasn't been what we thought it would be, even in spring. It's been a year-long problem, and for LNG, in game number 1, I could not have had a more perfect setup for some of LNG's issues. As we're in a new game, of course, we got to get past that because for LNG, they did get themselves off a response kill. But note that the CS lead in top side, with Flandre getting first blood, is hurting a lot. And even though this jungle got a lead, Orcs, Tarzan now getting invaded, Junja setting him up as it comes down with the smite. Junja actually interrupting the dash too. Doomby can't get on in as Scout pokes them down, and Junja's just out with Doomby committing summoners after he burned TP to get to lane and flash afterwards.
Yeah, that's a big hit. The fact that both those are used, and actually, I think he TP'd in too fast, and as a result, like, he has no mana. Didn't have any mana going into that, and so couldn't really follow up. I'm not even sure if he had enough to root on the back end. Certainly not for a full combo, so Junja just walks out. And I wanted to see EDG, being targeted, Scout losing his summoners, burn the cleanse, burn the flash to Talia, and this just does it in reverse. Now Doinby doesn't really have pressure in the mid lane. He has to go for this early reset. So very painful for the side of LNG here.
Really is. I mean, the early game is a 400 gold lead from EDG. Again, I mentioned that top side lead that's brewing here from Flandre, who now is level 6 as well. Barrel Chain comes out, but doesn't seem to be too affected by it. And I want to look on the other side of the map yet again, Orcs, because Dragon's up. We still haven't fought over that for now, but as Junja moves down, note that this Poppy is going to be getting Scuttle. Tarzan's going the other way, so EDG might just get themselves an early objective, especially with Viper and Mako getting the push out as well.
Yeah, and honestly, the bot lane's gone pretty good for EDG. I expected the Misfortune, something that trades very well in lanes, something that outranges the Aphelios to have strong laning phase. Hasn't come to fruition. And EDG, they've managed to find a sus lead in the bot lane. Flandre's doing really well on this Gwen, and level 13 is when you have your E max. That's when you get a 65% cooldown refund. Gwen becomes monstrous at this point. We saw the Shy piloting it earlier this split, just last week, and he was just taking over games, became basically unstoppable. And I fear for LNG at that point if Flandre goes unchecked.
I mean, with the topside pressure as well, he's starting up the Scuttle by himself. Excuse me, that Scuttle has obviously grown up quite a bit.
That's a big Scuttle.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's where they come from. That's the mother of all Scuttles as LNG look to contest, but Junja now has to keep his verdict, Orcs. Doomby might be level 6 himself, level 8 in fact, but
Tarzan
EDG
isn't.
has such a big tool, and without the jungler being level 6, Junja against the wall, looking for the first pick. Junja sends him in, and Lumal's dead now for Doomby in the middle of all those members, and Scout picking up the kill. A disaster for LNG as they get thwarted off this objective as well.
And they had no right to be fighting that. LNG, Tarzan isn't even level 6. I feel like that's the bare minimum to make these fights work, is that the Viego can get those resets. Even if they'd got that initial kill, Tarzan can't ult again. Well, I mean, he can't ult the first time, obviously, but can't get the resets, can't drop out again. Now he just have his 6 and he's looking over, but I think...
Oh, got him. Interrupt. Amazing, and it's stolen. Tarzan with a slick ulti, a slick steal, and Scout's Weaver's Wall won't do too much. A seismic shove to not connect. Tarzan, that timing, that buffer was absolutely pristine.
That was so good, honestly. And I was criticizing LNG. I'm like, why are you going for that play? I still think that's true, but Tarzan manages to redeem it. Beautiful timing. Obviously, the ultimate you can use. You can't be CC during it. You can't be stopped. And he uses that timing to be able to get on top of the Poppy, close the distance. Now just going to be able to pick up the Dragon and has Herald in pocket. Suddenly, the game was looking pretty bad for EDG. For LNG. And they have managed to at least turn it around a bit. Got a replay of that initial fight, I believe.
Yep.
And yeah, Tarzan just can't do much. And so much is focused right here onto Mako, who's obviously super tanky. They don't get the kill. But even if they did, I just don't see any way in which this works, right? Without Tarzan being 6.
We don't get a look at the Tarzan play, but well redeemed. I mean, LNG suffering a lot because of that misplay and the 2 kills given over to EDG. But as you were saying before we went in to look at that, Orcs, Herald gets picked up. Dragon for LNG off the back of Tarzan literally just being good at pressing buttons at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, that was just honestly individual performance saving that one. they're still down in gold though, right? That's something to bear in mind. They're still at a disadvantage, but I'm looking to see what Tarzan can find with this Herald, and if they can manage to find an opportunity to close that gap. You can see already that mid tower is down almost a plate. EDG's is. If they can get the Herald down, they should get 3, and we'll get that replay. So yeah, just perfect timing here. Obviously does still get hit, but doesn't CC him, and then Junja was kind of banking on the ultimate, knocking Tarzan away. That was the game plan. When it doesn't work, left in a very difficult situation, but does manage to escape.
I mean, again, when LNG seem a little bit down and out, there's a couple of people you'd look to rely on. And we've been talking about Light unsuspectedly, but I feel like Doomby is someone who we've always kind of considered in teams to be solid. Tarzan recently has been rising back to form, kind of that 2022 spring form as well. So once again, showing that veterancy. Tarzan brings the game back in. As you said, Orcs, the gold is still in EDG's favor, but at least now there's a bit of a chance as Tarzan looks to group towards mid. The glacial path taken. Doomby wants a prison, but Keeper's Verdict sends away their engage. Blue Mal's now down and out, and Doomby is just down and dead. There's a cannon barrage from Arla, but once again, LNG get outmatched.
Very, very messy. And Doomby, you could see he was tentative on engaging on Scout because Scout has cleanse. And he's like, okay, well, I'm just going to dash on him, root him. But he doesn't cleanse. Okay, I'll just ult him anyway. And Scout doesn't even burn the cleanse. He doesn't need to. There's no threat. Doomby puts himself in a compromising position. But now, speaking of compromising position...
Flandre, with all the needlework sent out, just wants to pressure Arla back. He'll be fine for now, considering there's no cannon barrage, though. Flandre tried to time his window. And, yeah, even the top side seems to be going well enough here for EDG. And Orcs is becoming a worry. We're back to where we were before, Herald or not. It's a 2k gold lead, EDG in firm control, and even with this Herald play that Tarzan is still yet to perform, this early game is solidly going over to the team that has the Talia, that has the Poppy, and that has control throughout multiple lanes.
Yeah, I mean, there's only about 40 seconds left on the Herald. You have to find a window now. Tarzan's heading mid, so that might just be the play. But man, if they don't manage to make this work, they're going to be in a rough spot. The good thing is the Poppy ult is on cooldown. You can actually knock the Herald away. And, if you knock it far enough away from the turret, you can kill it before it gets there.
Yep.
So they do have that on cooldown, so EDG can't make that happen, but they're still going to try and defend and stop this from connecting with the tower, but I think it should be able to get the charge in.
Oh, 3-man route, though. We start with a dredge line that goes a bit wide as well. The eye exposed, but EDG not stepping up to it. Here comes Misfortune. Scout in full range, and one more tick would have killed him. Light almost setting up a beautiful play.
Yeah, very close to going down there. Scout getting lucky there. Didn't even burn the flash. LNG get the charge. They get 2 plates. They're close to getting a third, but they don't manage to find it. With 30 seconds left, they may never get a chance. It's okay, right? You thin out the mid tower. You get a little bit of gold, but it doesn't change the state of the game. EDG are still 2k gold up, but Viper.
This might. There's a flash depth charge. The Gale Force away. Viper burns his own as Mako wants to sacrifice, but the Solar Flare buys him time. There you go. 3 summoners from EDG for Lumal's ulti and his flash as well.
And now you have to ask yourself, does that change the dragon fight in a minute? Because you have no summons on Viper. That means you could be a bit of a vulnerability. No Gale Force as well. Remember, it's quite a long cooldown now.
Yep.
110 seconds. The known ability there, and we see Scout actually goes down to 16 HP at the lowest point. 16. So close, but manages to survive. But now, yeah, go back to my point.
Yep.
EDG are ahead. They, by all means, want to pick up that second dragon because LNG already have one. But does this change the state of things? The fact Viper does not have those summons. Bear in mind, Doimby has the ultimate, has the flash. You have Cannon Barrage. You have Light, who's going to have that ultimate available soon as well. If anything really connects on a Viper, it's lights out.
It's worth also looking at items while we're having this discussion as well. Scout and Doomby both having items. Everfrost usage there too. Divine Sunderer for Tarzan now picked up. Riftmaker for Flandre, who's walking towards the top side, but has the teleport. There's good damage here to poke out Tarzan. Scout finding a key piece of burst. But LNG still look confident walking into this. Orcs and EDG are going to be the ones to start it up first.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to mention is Arla isn't here, doesn't have TP, but does have the Cannon Barrage.
Yep.
I think LNG, you've done the homework, you've got the summoners. If you can find the engage on a Viper, that's the window. Depth charge isn't quite available yet.
Turret in the way, Light looking for the bullet time yet again in front of the objective, getting down low, Cannon Barrage, but it's taken. EDG actually turned it for the fight afterwards as Lumal takes such a hefty chunk. Viper's ult is early, but Lumal's still going to be the one to die as Tarzan gets out with his ulti because Flandre joined in the fun. His teleport advantage absolutely blitzed, and LNG losing out on more than just a fancy Drake.
And I'm not sure what the game plan was for LNG there. Like, felt like they wanted to fight. You know, they knew Viper had no sums, and they were so indecisive. Doinby never linked up with the team. Ollie never made his way over. And so they end up not really getting anything from it, but they have found, yeah.
He's level 11, but with the Glacial Path to zone him out, Flandre buying time. Viper's here with Gravitum. Tarzan about to get a reset. Neverfrost helps out now. Viper's here. He's exposed as well, Orcs. Gale Force out of the way, but the tomb seals his doom. LNG with a double off the back. A nice selection of picks for a team that just struggled in the last play.
Now, Junja looking for Ollie, but you're 3 levels down. I don't think you kill him. And Scout not in a position to help, but yeah, nice play. And this kind of feels like how this game has been so far for LNG. The team play hasn't gone well, but when Tarzan gets a window individually, he is able to step up. And we're going to replay. And so bear in mind, Ollie knows he has no TP. Starts walking top. So instantly, you know this is a 4v5 at best, right? And then here, you can't even see him on your screen. He's not even there. He actually starts leaving because he knows he can't connect. The fight's already over. And LNG, just very bad setup, but they do manage to punish his overextension. This is the power of that Lissandra Viego, the combo. One of them offers that point-and-click CC, that lockdown, and then you give the resets over to Tarzan. The frozen thralls there as well, but not even needed here to take out Viper.
Close call. Goes golden in the nick of time as well. We saw in draft Orcs, LNG opted into this. You know, the Lissandra Viego had so much meaning for their draft in the second game. And we haven't seen it utilized in the team fights. That play there was great from LNG, but outside of that, right now it has just been Tarzan, as you said, individually pulling out these windows. But, you know, Doomby's had a real rough game around the edges.
Oh, for sure. And it just feels like they haven't been able to set up the fights correctly. And I can understand some of the difficulty, right? Poppy, Talia, they make it very hard. They're good at disrupting fights. Gwen is just a pain. I'm going to be real. But even so, it feels like they haven't put much effort into thinking, look, this is how we're supposed to set fights up. It has kind of come for those, you know, smaller numbers skirmishes. And if that's your answer, that's fine. If you're going to win off like skirmishes and like 2v2s, 3v3s, that's okay. But stop grouping at these objectives and pretending you want to 5v5 then.
Yeah.
That is my issue at the moment. But EDG, you know, they still have that lead, although it's slight. And you see Junja just leaning up topside to try and help Scout pressure this tower. And if you look at the map, nothing really is going to come in from LNG in return.
Will be second turret here for EDG, so Scout will get this with ease. Cannon Barrage is available, and so is the Barrel Chain, but neither of those are going to be used well. So Scout gets a turret by himself. 2-0-2 here, Orcs. He's got a 20 CS lead, and with Loons alongside, that's a very big mid laner in Scout. And you know, last game, he was playing more of a supportive role. This time around, he has the resources to carry again.
Yeah, and another person who's getting really strong is Flandre. I said that level 13 point when your E is maxed, where you get the 65% cooldown reduction when you auto. Flandre is nearly there, and it will be super strong. But Scout, he doesn't know.
Yeah, he does now, though, with the flash away, trying to buy his time. Tarzan yet again in the right place at the right time. 650 gold, Orcs. Tarzan has all the kills.
That's what we want, though. That is what I want from LNG, is look for those smaller number skirmishes, because that is where you have been successful so far this game. They get a tower, they get a kill, and they get off scot-free. EDG, they throw down the Herald mid to take the tower, but realistically, they were going to be able to get that anyway with the Herald in pocket. Now, though, reset's going to be coming in. Gold is pretty close. EDG have a slight edge, but not much. And I'm looking at this dragon in 45 seconds. Would be second for either team. But a lot of spice coming in. Tarzan invest in the Chempunk Chainsword right there and then. So huge item spike for this Viego.
It's going to hurt. As we look at the bottom right corner, Orcs, this is what happened. Looks like Scout wanted to take the 1v1.
Yeah, just got a little bit overzealous. He could have backed off. Could have just walked away from the situation, but hoped to find at least some heavy damage, and then ends up burning the flash here as well before going down. Sorry.
That's it. You're all right. I know you're getting ready for this fight. That's why your inner body is telling you you got to give some air in. LNG, you said before, you know, these windows that need to be piloted instead of the fights. I mean, they're going to take the fight again, but remember last time around you said that LNG weren't this equal in goal. What I'm worried about right now, though, is Scout on the back end. Doomby trying to find an angle himself as Scout is now spotted out, and Tarzan's moving with him as well. Scout has to be careful as Tarzan jumps on him. Scout tries to call a bluff, but it ain't one. It's the real deal as Scout's going to drop at the start of the fight, but Tarzan not in front of the neutral objective, but does it matter? It doesn't go down. It's still there at 2.5k as they turn on the mid-jungle duo. Doomby just picked up Zonya's though as he goes. Golden Jun just sends away the support, but the bullet time is in the choke. Doomby flashes over the wall as Viper's ulti is only at max range. He can't do much from here as he turns on the support while the rest of EDG are getting blown up. Heal to get the range, flash as well, but Viper remains alone while the rest of LNG are going safely home.
And I feel like Viper had to do the lion's share of the work for EDG. Scout, so disrespectful, caught out there. And then EDG try to make a play. 45, they engage onto this Lissandra, who has the Zonyas, has Flash, and it all fires back in return. LNG, Tarzan is 7-0 now. And now they're looking towards Baron, but I think they hesitate off it. They know that Scout is back up and available. They don't want to overcommit, don't want to make a misplay. But yeah, you know, I was talking about LNG being the ones with mistakes in the fight setup. EDG completely flubbed that one.
They really did. I mean, around Dragon, this series so far has been some of the core weaknesses of both these teams. We'll get a replay in a second, but Tarzan with the 1v9 performance here in this game. As you said, Scout, super disrespectful.
Yeah, sees the Shroud, just doesn't respect it at all, doesn't expect him to be there. Gets caught out here, and then EDG, they're like, okay, we probably can't 5v5 this Dragon. Let's try and pick these on the side. The ult connects, but it's Alessandro with Zonyas. Buys so much time. And yes, the ult does knock Lumao away, but he gets his death charge off. Viper's not even in the fight, not even able to contribute other than that ult. And it's just clean up city for the side of LNG. I'm talking about that powerful Gwen. Tarzan got to play the powerful Gwen. You got to take control.
Yeah, and it did a lot in that fight, more than Flandre could. So now with the gold lead for LNG, it might only be 1,500, but we have seen this game sway slowly and surely in their favor. Tarzan, you mentioned 7-0, 7 out of 8 kill participation. Orcsy's getting onto his third item here on the Viego. And you look at Junja in response. Might be same CS, but 1 and a bit for this Poppy.
Yeah, not even close. And the Poppy, you know, can play that disruptor, can play that tank. There isn't that big carry.
Oh, Doomby tried to ult. Okay.
Yeah, gets cancelled though, still available.
The problem is though, Doomby's about to be one shot. There's a prison, but unfortunately, Doomby seems to be in a prison himself. Flandre is going to catch him when he gets out. And Orcs, again, not his game, while LNG group up topside, but they can't start the Baron.
Yeah, Doomby's had a rough one. And I mean, going for the Gwen in that situation, obviously the Shroud ends up cancelling the ult out. And sure, time is bought. But as you said, there's an MF on the side of LNG. Probably one of the worst Baron takers in the game, especially with this lethality build. There's just no way they could start that one up, especially if Scout can just use the Weaver's Wall over, Flandre's TP. So it's a positive play for EDG, and they're going to try and get some control over this Baron area, clear out the wards. Do miss that one in the pit itself, though.
Yep.
And ultimately, a lot of LNG's vision is maintained. You can see those two wards just in the entrances off EDG's jungle.
Spotting the backs, can't do anything here for LNG, as it looks like Light was also in base. And while we have a moment, Orcs, before this Dragon comes up in a minute 40, before we start talking about Baron vision again, I just want to start talking items because Flandre has gone for the Rabbit on second. We have a lot of AP now stacked up on this Gwen. Also noting that we have the beginnings of a Void Staff for Scout. Also a BF Sword here for Viper, who's probably going to be going for that IE or BT. We are getting EDG towards those 3 items, is my point. And Orcs, we didn't have a full flat-out discussion about scaling, but we know a Aphelios with a front line, the Gwen you talked about in the side lane, it is getting towards that point where, mistakes or not, swings of gold leads or not, EDG are scaling into the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think EDG's composition is really strong in the later stages. There may be times where Aphelios struggles to find the angles in the team fight, and certainly if LNG get like a big wombo combo, for sure they can make it work. But like this Gwen is becoming monstrous, and EDG's gonna start up the Baron. Clear a lot of DPS on this, trying to draw LNG's attention over. They'll be spotted out. They'll stop the neutral. And yeah, it's just very much a back and forth. Both teams know game is very close at this point. And here's the thing to mention. Tarzan is so much of LNG's gold and their team fighting power. If he dies, if he gets CC'd, if he ends up going down, they lose so much in the fight. I feel like he has to be alive. He has to be getting the resets if they want to find the angle, if they want to be able to find favor.
Well, Deadman's Blade's coming up, so that'll give him options to survive a little bit longer as well with the added mobility. And Orcs, what I was going to say before is, you know, you talked a lot about the vision. LNG able to set up and move towards Baron a little bit earlier because of the ward that was in the entrance to blue buff. But now as we come back towards Baron, EDG have cleared all but one. Even the control ward in the side makes two. So the vision continues to remain to give LNG enough information. But as Junja now pivots around an angle himself, he'll be able to clear out this ward. And Orcs, I'm kind of curious because Dragon is up and available. But for now, EDG just seeing Contempt on clearing out vision and slowly but surely moving their way down.
Yeah, ultimately, you can have Gwen solo the Dragon. You see the rest of them lean over just to offer some assistance, make sure Gwen's not going to get collapsed on. But losing vision around the Baron is the important thing. Tarzan, goes for a very early ult there. That might seem a bit questionable, but you don't take chances. When you're this fed, when you're this much of the team's power, you see the Talia just exist, and you're like, nah, I ain't getting seismic shoved today. Not happening, not interested.
Oh, makes sense. Hey, Hullbreaker on Arla. Just a quick note here for the GP. Do you think this is specifically because he's going up against a Gwen? Like, does it make sense to you?
Okay, there's making sense, and there's, like, knowing what the theory is. And the theory here is Arla wants to be bulkier, wants to be able to survive in a side lane, be a threat, but also in team fights, not just get blown up. But, you know, a lot of people are not fans of the Bruiser GP build, would rather him just go for the pure damage. I think here that there's definitely, you know, an argument that having the damage just means you could, you know, one barrel combo could win the game. But it does mean he is more for a presence on that side lane. That is, you know, obviously a big aspect of it. Can manage the Gwen a bit more comfortably. Not going to get dove as easily. With that Hullbreaker, those extra stats. But now, LNG is starting the Baron. This is a good window. Flandre has TP and there's a ward there. But they need information and they will get it.
Arla has some of the setup as well with the barrel chain. Already beginning, he has a choke there as only hits Junja. The Glacial Path not going to be taken. Actually, Doomby goes halfway. LNG move away from the Baron. Tarzan goes to half HP. And for EDG, as you were saying, Flandre just has an open window bot. Thanks so much for the inner turret because he will take it fast.
Yeah, and I mean, you see Ole lands a barrel combo to Junja, and as much as Poppy's a tank, you know, not got a ton of armor, but just doesn't do that much damage is one of the issues. Now, TPing out. So LNG got what they want. When they went for that Baron play, they wanted the TP from Flandre, and in a roundabout way, they ended up getting it. But now EDG are going to try and respond and force something maybe around this Baron. We'll see. Do you see a clip in the bottom of your screen where...
Flash. He flashed.
Yeah, flash burned.
Okay. Well, Doomby does have Unsealed Spellbook, but that flash, hard to see it when you see a Glacial Path as well. When you said roundabout way too, I mean, Doomby burning the TP means he has to move in. There's a Glacial Path now with the Weaver's Wall. Scout's angle, almost perfect. LNG get out in the nick of time, and that means that EDG still can't force his objective, which they've been trying to do. I mean, both teams at this point, Orcs, have been trying to force the other to come to Baron.
Yep, it's been constant, and it's just been trying to get the other team to invest a bit, trying to burn some resources, whether it's like with the Weaver's Wall. Probably wouldn't have resulted in any kills, even if I had trapped someone, just because the flashes are available. But burning the summoners can be such a big thing, and these teams are just jockeying for angles, for position, trying to find these opportunities. Like, anything that's not available for this next Dragon fight can be huge, because that is where the game is mounting up towards. IE completed for Viper, level 16 for the Gwen, voice staff completed, and this is kind of the build we've seen from Gwen's recently. So one thing as well is when they did the sort of mini rework, they buffed a lot of her AP ratios, and the fact that your ult, instead of having to damage a target, you just have to wait a second between recasts, means you can kind of play as like an artillery cannon, as in like you dash into the fight and you just fire your ults one after another at the back line. With this build, your ults hurt. Like, they do a ridiculous damage. The third one in particular, if you hit a squishy target with your third ult on this Gwen build, you will basically just one-shot them. And EDG, they have a lot of power in their pocket now. They want to start this up.
Well, Flandre at level 16, good time to mention him. That ulti, as you said, is going to be big as Tarzan wants to steal, but it's gone. He has to flash over the wall as the needlework begins to fly. The cannon barrage used and Baron taken. EDG once again edging out this game, and LNG slow to the punch.
Yeah, little invested here, but LNG, the TPS from EDG just caught them off guard, right? Talia, fantastic at doing Baron damage. Aphelios as well, Gwen. So they shred through it quickly. Tarzan tries for the steal, but doesn't succeed. And he is now down his flash. Remember, we said Tarzan basically has to survive till the end of the fights for LNG to win and get those resets. And we're looking towards this dragon in a minute. It is a Cloud Soul. And honestly, Cloud Soul for this EDG lineup, pretty big, right? Gwen, very much about movement speed. That's why she takes Ghost. Talia as well, being able to just kite around. Poppy, Phase Rush, and her W with that extra movement speed included can be so potent. So LNG don't want to give this one over for free, and they're going to have to try and find the position to fight this one.
Orcs, let's not forget there's so much slow on LNG as well. Individual stacks are going to be big as the Weaver's Wall once again comes through. Scout zoning out, but Lumao is by himself. Somebody help him! Lumao separated from the rest of LNGs. Now they're in a choke. Doomby wants to take this, but as the bullet time comes through, it doesn't do enough. Scout starts poking down. Viper as well. The ulti almost hitting. Rocking his own skin, but not rocking his best ulti as Flandre gets 1,000 gold. Tarzan's down, and he gives all the money to the big jackpot in the top lane.
Worst possible pace to get it, honestly, but at this point, not even sure it's the important thing. And EDG, they can just take the dragon, but they are focused on getting some structures first. They still have the Baron in pocket. They want more gold. And look at the top right of your screens. 5,000 Baron power play coming out from EDG. They've really just amped up the pace of this game.
Well, mid-turret, as soon as that drops and the Cloud Soul comes through, I mean, for EDG, they'll have themselves about a 5k gold lead, or just about thereof. Orcs, this game, again, we could have said the same thing. This game was LNG's. Like, Doomby in the interview before was saying that the mid-game was not the problem. I mean, the early game, I don't know, it's been rough to watch.
But a good wall. I think that's the thing we can praise is EDG really set this one up well. They catch Lumao out. He flashes over. He has to flash to try and survive, but he gets nothing. And then look at this third ult damage on Doinby. Not quite a one-shot, but there's a ton. Tarzan then tries to go for the reset. But the thing is, like, there's no follow-up for the rest of the team. And as soon as you commit, there's no flash on Tarzan. He's now caught out. And you see in the end, he does try and turn things around, but goes down. And we saw that shutdown go over to Flandre. Between the last fight and now, he just bought a Shadow Flame. Just a whole Shadow Flame. He had no components.
Yep.
So that ult, you know, it didn't quite one-shot Doinby before. It's probably getting close.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, Nautilus even going to suffer as well. Shielding, giving the max stacks here, and this has been Flandre's game. We've criticized him a little bit this split as well. This is a game where he's really shown up on a Gwen pick that he hasn't picked at all this split. For EDG, alongside him, now with a 4k gold lead, the Cloud Soul we already talked about, they are on the horizon of breaking the base. And Baron's gone, but you can see Orcs still confident enough to walk in, waiting for LNG to step up for their picks.
Yeah, here's the saving grace for LNG. There's a ton of wave clear on their side, right? Oh, looking for Flandre. Ton of wave clear, but they've overcommitted.
Oh, they have it. Even against the turret, Arla's by himself. Down he goes. GP asked about the rum, but the rum is gone yet again as Flandre is dealing with the rest. Glacier Path not taken, but Flandre's already started the needlework at the very tip. It doesn't hit, but the rest of EDG are breaking the base. Viper now Gale forces in. Light ulti sits in place over the wall. Cleanses, but now is out of the fight as EDG collapse. Turn and burn. LNG to the ground.
Oh my lord, did you see that Gwen damage though? Light starts channeling the ultimate and just gets blasted, doesn't die, but loses so much of the health bar. And like, LNG commit a lot to take out Flandre, and it costs them so much. Only Doinby and Light alive, but look at Viper, look how quickly he shreds these structures. You know, it's 15 seconds to Lumao, 10 to Lale. Don't think they're gonna be able to end here. The base has been broken, the damage has been done. EDG got what they wanted.
They really did, and even Viper now is just showing that this game is so far in his favor. Misfortune pick not doing enough here, even with the bullet timers. We look at the replay, Orcs, and as you said, Arla gets caught out here with Scout's good punish.
Yeah, Arla just oversteps, and the rest of the team had committed mid, so this was like the worst possible time to be stepping up. Big mistake from him there. And then watch, so Flandre goes down, but I want you to look at Light's health bar, because he gets clipped by the third ult and loses 60% of his health into the ult from Viper. Like, it's just like the dying throw from the the Gwen, like just cast the ult out and nearly one-shots you. It's so scary how much damage this Gwen is capable of doing. And this is kind of the build now, the one-shot ult build, rather than like the sustained DPS carry with the more resistances we typically see. Don't get me wrong, Gwen is still a monster up close and personal, but this long-range sniper ultimate is devastating.
And Flandre, once again, having it available. He's got Ghost this time as well. Note that Flandre is sitting on a stopwatch too, so along with Gwen being immune, she's also going to be invulnerable as Tarzan might be caught out. EDG still looking for a pick, but as Midwave gets pushed out and EDG continue to choke out Vision, LNG on their last legs, Orcs, in a series that has looked close, but EDG just keep finding ways to win.
Yeah, and you know, I want to throw a caveat. We've seen EDG close to victory before and throw it away. That was the theme of that series against RNG, so never can feel that the series is done until they destroy that second Nexus, but they just able to take the Baron, no contest. Cannon Barrage comes in. EDG, maybe some flashbacks from that one.
Yep.
Breeze stealing it away from them, obviously gave RNG the win against them just last week, but EDG secure it. They have the Baron, Elder not for a minute and a half, so they can just start pushing up the top lane, and LNG is scrambling to defend.
Yeah, these backs are going to come through slowly. I mean, the wave crashing in too. All 5 members of EDG to take it. We are looking at Flandre with that ulti, whether LNG finds someone on the return out or if EDG choose. Tarzan is just running at them, but as the bases come through, they're looking for Viper. Okay, Viper's gone, and they're all gone here. So for LNG, yeah, an attempt at the very least to look at them, Orcs, but I feel like the last attempt of this game will be around the Elder that's coming up in a minute.
The problem is, you know, EDG already ahead, but look at the inventories, right? Scout has Zhonya's, Flandre, Junja, and Viper all have stopwatch. And if you think of how LNG want the fight to go, they want that big combo. Oh no.
Watch Lumao. I don't care about the rest of the fight. I want to see Lumao as Flandre tangles him down. Needlework again. Orcs, he snips him dry. While the rest of EDG, we turn our heads and Viper's flashing forward. Baited is doing because he runs into him. Viper doesn't care. A perfect stopwatch from yours truly as EDG are firing on all cylinders. Scout even flashing forward. Tarzan, who tried to carry this game in a 1v9, but EDG standing strong in EDG ways. The 5v5 always their strength as a much needed win comes through, and bashing LNG 2-0 is exactly what the doctor ordered.
And the thing is, if they had lost this, they would have tied score with LNG, but they managed to win. They managed to get the 2-0. They managed to push themselves closer to the top of the pack teams. And with that, you know, they're going to be in a much better position, feeling a lot safer towards playoffs, especially as we often talk about that 8 wins being the sweet spot, right? The cutoff for playoffs typically is 8 wins, 8 losses, not a guarantee, but EDG taking a much needed win, and that game too as well, convincing. Felt like they were in control. LNG just couldn't match up.
It's sad, right? Because with the early strength of Tarzan, with the way he was playing the game, not only in game 2 but in game 1, for LNG, like, if it's not one thing, it's another. You know, Arla had a clean game in game number 1. What was it in the first game, Orcs? Oh, well, Lumao kept getting caught out by Mako and the hooks. The coordination around the fights. Game 2, will Doomby going in on the mid 3v3 play? Like, I think Doomby had one of his worst games we've seen this split by far, while Tarzan was having one of his best. It's always just so janky.
This is actually the problem. I've actually said this before, I think on the last hit about LNG.
Yeah.
No one, like, the problem is they don't have everyone having a good game at the same time.
Yeah.
Tarzan will have a good game, Doomby will have a bad game. Or maybe Tarzan has a bad game, but Light has a good game. And maybe Arla just too, but it's like, you know, some people will have a good game and some people will have a bad. And it's not even like it's the same people. It's like a rotation. Someone always underperforms, it feels like, in their losses. And as a result, they end up losing series where it felt like, you know, today they were competitive, but the mistakes, the issues, the problems ends up biting them. And it's frustrating, honestly. It really is, because everyone on this lineup, I feel like, has had very capable games so far this season.
Oh, yeah.
And yet they just don't manage to perform together when they need it. And, you know, I had some criticisms of the draft in this one. I think they kind of dropped the ball, letting EDG get Talia again, let them get Poppy. The Gwen had a fantastic one. But, you know, there's a lot of back and forth. But when EDG got control, they just took it and did not let go.
And they did so well at, continuing to push the tempo ahead. I mean, Scouts Weaver's walls got better and better, like we said in game 1. I feel like, Flandre had the time of his life on this Gwen as well. But Orcs, Mr. Consistent in the bottom lane. When we looked at Light versus Viper, Viper in both games being an absolute animal. And he's always, one of those 80 carries to flash forward, like Jackie loves, like the Photix as we're getting used to him, like any other 80 carry in this league. But Viper is just so confident, and it's nice to see Mako working alongside him. I think you and I in rehearsal and even in our opening segment were discussing that Mako's not really had a good year.
Yep.
And for Viper, who's been playing well, when Mako plays well, which in this series he definitely did, outside of the laning phase, especially in game 1, when both of them work together, that's the potency of EDG.
That's the thing, is that I often expect Viper to do well even when the team are struggling, but when they're all doing well, this is what we can see. We can see just a team working so effectively with strong individual members. Yeah. Hey, there's been so many question marks out of who will be competing for those world spots, right? At the moment, top esports, JDG, V5, RNG all look like strong contenders, but EDG, I think even with the fact that spring was rough, even with the fact that they didn't make it to the top 4 in spring playoffs, people still think, right, this team, for good reason, can bring it back. They have the potential, and it's series like this that give you a sort of a glint of it. So a good win for them, an important win, and hopefully a sign that they can continue this perform towards the end of the season. The remaining matches, RA should be a win for them, WE should be a win for them, AL may be another test, but I don't think they'll need that to lock into playoffs. They won't, in fact, if they win the other two. And EDG should be one of our contenders if the trajectory continues.
And we were concerned, starting with this series, right? We're like, okay, well, LNG have an actual chance. For EDG with a 2-0, moving up to 8-5, now it's just a case of RAWE, as you said, we expect. AL, if they beat that as well, I mean, EDG could end on 11. And if EDG end on 11, we've seen our top 4 teams, like the crazy ones at 14, 13. Our top 4 in past splits have also ended on 11 as well. Now, our big bubble at the moment is looking like that could be unlikely, but top 4 means you get into round 3. So I think for EDG, they still have a chance depending on how RNG go, and especially with some of these other harder schedules for our top teams, EDG have a chance to kind of surprise us and rise back up, because with some of the team play we are seeing, I feel like it's better than some of the games in start of the split Orcs. I feel like, now they've committed to Junja, and I don't know, maybe it could be a similar thing to LNG, or we bring it all together by bringing in another player, a new dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question, is how long will they continue with Junja for? Is this we're going to switch in between them depending on how we feel on the day, on the series? Is it going to be you sub them out after game 1 if you don't have a good game? Or is this a full commitment, as in this is what we're going with, this is what works best? I don't know. It could depend. We will see what happens. But regardless, I think the pieces are starting to form together. And I think when this team is coordinated, they are a scary opponent. Also, I feel like even Flandre is someone I was very critical of in spring. I feel like he didn't have the best performance. But the fact he has so many picks that have to be respected and banned away, things like the Vladimir, performing well in lane, but then in these team fights was an absolute monster on the Gwen. Pulling out a pick, as you said, we haven't seen from him so far this split, and looking real comfortable on it when he does bring it out.
Love seeing that one shot coming through. We've seen a lot in this series. Viper gets MVP though. Again, still having a really amazing performance. Feel like, as Orc said before, you kind of always expect him to perform, and that's why right now, challenging up with 8 MVPs. That is tied with Doomby, funnily enough, as the second in the league.
Yeah, a lot. And Viper really doing a lot to be at the point. There's a ton of players at 7. Only Doimby at 8 will now Viper joining him, and then Knight leads at 9. So obviously pretty huge, and I think Viper has well deserved a lot of those MVPs. I think so many games he has been that pivotal piece that has defined the team when they've struggled. Fishing for windows like here with the ultimate, managing to catch on a light and forcing him out, forcing him to just back away. But often, we've had performances like his Zeri that we saw in series past where he was an absolute monster. In this one, it felt like it was definitely a team effort, but even so, he's such a threat. And the fact that Aphelios, with the buffs that came in, has been so relevant in the meta, it's just such a good pick for him. Obviously, he has his world skin, right? No brainer.
Yeah, flaunting it in this game. I think that my favorite thing about Viper right now is that it's not just about, you know, the Aphelios as well. Like, we always know that he can pivot. Viper has an extensive champion pool. We've seen Draven come through from him this split, you know, even the Xayah, Kalista, Lucian. Like, Viper looks good pretty much on whatever you put him on. And at this point with EDG getting the win, again, a very good showing heading towards playoffs here as they get ever so closer. For LNG Orcs, just to finish it off, 6-7. If they take another loss, this team can only reach a maximum of 8, and I mean, they're still versing Weibo Gaming, so I don't think LNG are in a comfortable position at all. But, Orcs, it's your birthday. And what that means is, hey, it is. You know, you don't, Sarah, you don't get to comment on that because we go to a series that is deserving of a birthday boy. Some reason the gods of League of Legends have dictated today is V5 and JDG day. On this glorious Tuesday, we get a battle for the top right after this. G'day guys, I'm your friendly LPL caster Hysterics, and I'm here to teach you how to speak in LPL. By now you've probably seen loads of the LPL mic check, player clips, and even the documentaries, which means it's a great time to break down some of the famous phrases of the league. 我们是冠军, a famous saying, shouted by Doomby when winning his World Championship in 2019. You can feel that kind of madness and excitement. The power of his saying was felt across the world. Translating it into English, it means, we are the champions. The correct pronunciation of Chinese is 我们是冠军. Repeat after me. Try it yourself. 我们是冠军. Cheering phrases like this must be accompanied by physical expression. 我们是冠军! Phrases like this have so many uses, like in NBA, NFL, and the Premier League competitions as well. You can even use it in your sports game, or even for your next League of Legends game too. In LPL, people press 1 in order to express affirmative replies, such as copy that, yes, confirm, okay, etc., in a much quicker way. If you guys understand today's speak in LPL, give me a 1 in the comments, or barrage, depending on where you are, to let me know you understand.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. Friction.
最关键应该是中野的节奏吧，然后就是哪边中野优势，可能哪边就很容易赢。打他们的话，就是小心被线杀吧。
Great plan here ahead of what is our not match of the week that feels like a very impactful game, considering Orcs that you and I might not experience this again. You know, we won't experience it again until playoffs, right? Because we have to wait till a best of 5, hopefully, that comes through from our top teams here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the way we've had it in this summer split is the top teams have been in their own league, right? Top Esports, JDG, V5, RNG as well have only beaten each other. The exceptions, V5 obviously lost to Weibo, but for the most part, have only beaten each other. And so there's very few losses, very few challenges between themselves. But now JDG have this week ahead of them where they play V5 and then RNG. Week 10 is Top Esports against V5. We have some fantastic matches coming up. But starting off with this one, it's set up to be a banger. And with both teams having only one loss, the expectation is they aren't losing many matches before the end of the split. This could be it for deciding placement, right? You know, if JDG want to maintain first over Top Esports, they need to beat V5. If V5 want to reclaim first that they lost when they got taken down by Weibo, then they need to win this. And yeah, I mean, you've said it. It is so true. This is a fantastic Tuesday.
It's so good. Again, you know, birthday bashes here. It feels so deserving for you. You know, Tuesday being good with JDG and V5. The only other matchup I can consider as good Orcs is V5 versus Top Esports, which is also on a Tuesday on the last week. So, yeah, we're getting
birthday is that Tuesday? That's my question.
I think it's Mazel's. You know, I think it's Mazel's at that point. But look, getting into it a little bit, JDG and V5, you know, we've got highlights for both these teams. Very different direction from EDG and LNG, where we were hitting negatively on our middle of the tier teams. JDG and V5, we start with the positive Orcs, and we know that for JDG, it seems to all come together. And you know, we talk about Kanavi a lot. We talk about Yagao a lot in this recent split. I feel like JDG are just so fun to watch because of all the risks they take.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team who they have not been the cleanest, right? This is a team who have gone to 3 games so many times I lose count, but the aggression that comes out, the forward play, when they get a lead, they will just run away with it and take over the game. And I feel like this is one of the fastest teams in the league with how they try and accelerate the pace of the game.
It really is. And there's the biggest question into what we saw in the BLG series. Like, I was so confused because JDG, it seems, whenever, you know, one trade is made across the map, on the other side, JDG are winning there too. And as we look through towards, like, the final games, Orcs, hope and missing, we're getting bot lane turret, while Kanavi's setting up for top side. I was just always so confused at how they kept winning out everywhere.
Yeah, and it's kind of, this kind of makes you think the reason why a lot of series are going to 3 games is because when you go for these playing both sides of the map plays, they're volatile. Because if you get outplayed on one side, you can really take a big hit. But JDG have this amazing thing where they're just really good at the game. Yeah. So they kind of get away with it. And I think it's the next clip that highlights it, right? They're making the play on the bot lane, denying them away, and yet they still win this fight on the top side. This shouldn't happen. This isn't like what this isn't normally allowed to happen. But JDG have kind of just been built different this split. And I feel like this is such an interesting matchup between these two, because V5 were a team in spring where once they were ahead, they were ahead. That was kind of their thing. They were so good at closing the game out with a lead. And they lost to Top Esports twice in playoffs because Top Esports were the best early game team in the league at the time. JDG are a fantastic early game team right now. And I feel like, you know, when we look at these two teams, when we look at the comparisons between them, both of them are good at establishing early leads. Both of them are fantastic at closing the game out from a position of advantage, which means that first 15 minutes is going to be so impactful.
Yeah, let's bring up a little bit of information for you, more about what Orcs is talking about. As you said, the first 15 minutes are crucial, and the differences in our 2 raid bosses here, Orcs, you already started on it. Keep touching on it for me because I want you to give me the comparisons, but then let's look at the unique identities.
Yeah, so we see that JDG invest a bit more into that first dragon, second in the league for that, so prioritizing that on the bot side. They are lower in first tower compared to V5, whereas the Herald is similar, and that means, you know, V5 have a bit of an edge in terms of goal difference of 15. But we look at the average game time for JDG, very low. Once they get a lead, they run away with it. But the thing I want to highlight the most, the point I'm hitting on, is look at this win rate with lead at 15. So basically, if JDG or V5, either of them, has a lead at 15 minutes, they have won every single game. And bear in mind, we're late in the split, right? At this point, V5 has played 11 series. JDG has played 12. JDG has played 33 games, and every single one of them where they've had a lead at 15 minutes, they've won. And the same for V5. And I think that's kind of the point I'm trying to hit on, is getting that advantage in the first 15 could just dictate how the game pans out. Or, you know, we could see this stat broken today. Because bear in mind, both of them have had really convincing performances. Do we see this stat broken down? But we have some clips just showing you how good these teams are at establishing and just extending these leads.
I mean, V5, they're an incredible team with that pure skill as well, right? We saw the individuality, and I can't get over some of Photic's performances this split, Orcs, because he has been popping the hell off. But I feel like you also just say that about everyone in V5 right now too.
Yeah, V5 pretty good, I think is the thing to say. But it's so fantastic. The expectation for this roster was not that it would be V5 as a whole. It was rookie plus 4. That's what everyone saw in spring. That was like, you know, maybe Carcer can be solid, but even we've seen them work with XLB. But it feels like the whole team has been really solid. Yes, there's, you know, a couple of issues here and there that occasionally pop up, but for the most part, this is a team. And especially, you got to remember, start of the split, this team didn't even have Rookie. They had Dream instead and still performed really well. We see moments like this up against LNG. The team fighting is just a masterclass.
Oh, and Rookie even coming out with some of these pockets like the Yone. Like, it's insane to watch. Team fighting a masterclass, building a lead from what you've got in the early game and just snowballing it to victory. As Orc said before, first 15 minutes at 100%. Maybe it could be broken today, or maybe it's an indicator as to who takes home the series. For V5, though, let's kind of look a little bit closer at their mid lane and compare it as we did with teams, but maybe with Rookie versus Yagao as well, Orcs. Bit of an insight here, because both have been around in the league for quite a while. Obviously, Rookie is the standalone mid laner in the LPL, who is now an absolute veteran.
100%. I mean, a little bit of joke, you know, just with the naming. Obviously, Rookie is long-standing, but yeah, both of these players, I feel like, don't have the most active pre-15 minutes, which is kind of surprising. Like, Rookie is 20th in the league for kills and assists at 15, and Yagao 14th. Not the most active at that point, but 15 to 30 is where they really start to take control.
Jesus.
Yeah, first for Rookie, second for Yagao in terms of kills and assists there, and the damage per minute really high as well. It's kind of like these players will, you know, they'll still show up for plays, they'll make things happen, they'll lean over the side lanes, they'll establish control, but when we get in the mid game, they just take over. They just completely take over.
And that's why we've seen things like Talia, right, on the top of our screen, things that Orcs can move across the map. We'll be talking about pick priority between these two mid laners as we go through, but as we highlight yet again, the two core carries on both sides of the map. For V5, starting off first, I mean, Rookie has come in halfway through the split, Orcs. He did so much solo queue before he came back, obviously coming back from Korea, and has just been, again, on another level. Like, we've had 1 or 2 down games, but I feel like Rookie overall has still been pretty insane.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he has been an absolute monster. And there's moments coming like this against EDG, this Weaver's Wall. I feel like, you know, Talia can be pretty effective with the base abilities, but the Weaver's Wall, finding the right angles for it, that has kind of been the separator between our best Talias and our, you know, just decent Talias, is that wall just completely destroyed EDG's chances in this fight and allows them to chase down, pick up a ton of kills, and win out pretty convincingly. And, you know, here as well, fighting over the wall and still connecting with all these abilities, getting a seismic shove, and just really doing so much work.
As you said in the past series, like, there are some pretty top-tier Talias in the league. That wall usage, Xiaohu, Scout, Rookie, of course, and I'd even say Yagao, who's also been flexing some picks like the Lissandra, where we talked about him syncing up with Kanavi and absolutely dominating his opponents.
Yeah, I mean, Kanavi has been such a massive piece of why JDG have been successful, and Yagao backing him up has been, you know, a reason why they've worked so well together. Moving with him, playing things like the Sandra, these picks to setup, and delivering the team fights as well. I feel like, you know, when you look at the top mid laners in the LPL, people don't really talk about Yagao. It's Rookie, it's Knight, Xiaohu, Scout as well, but Yagao can come in clutch with these big moments, and he does help Kanavi be so successful in their games.
That's why this one's looking so good. Not just the fact that JDG and V5 are second and third respectively, but because Rookie versus Yagao is a pretty highlight matchup. I mean, back in the past, it was IG versus JDG. Rookie versus Yagao on that side of the coin wasn't as hype orcs because Yagao was always kind of this middle tier mid laner in the league. I feel like Yagao, also known as Toothpaste, which is what his name translates to in Mandarin, has always been mid-tier. People like Angel as well, I would say, fits that bill. But this is one of his best splits of his career, and great timing considering that the rest of JDG are also performing with people like 369 Orcs. We didn't even get to mention. This is a team that we are expecting to go to Worlds because everyone across the board, much like V5, are kicking S-tier performances. You know, that S+, that Mastery 7 coming at them.
369 has been so good. He's in the conversation, honestly, for best performing top laner in the league. And that's really that's really hard to say when the Shy has had some of the games he's had, when Wayward's had really solid performances. But really, 369 has been absolutely fantastic. A big reason as well. And it's not just like in the lane, it's like team fighting has been so intelligent from him and the team as a whole. But yeah, going to that back to the Yagao point, I feel like that's the thing, is like, middle of the pack sounds like a negative thing, but really in the LPL, it's kind of just like the top is so stacked. So when it comes to mid lane in particular, mid lane is such a stacked role in the LPL. And like, to be considered top tier, you have to be able to go up against Rookie, you have to be able to go up against Knight. And, you know, today is Yagao's chance to go up against Rookie and show what he can do against what a lot of people look at as the premier mid laner in the LPL.
And shortly as we get into pick ban, I mean, we haven't had the queue yet, but we will. I want to go into the mid lane picks, Orcs a little bit closer. We've already talked about Talia. We've seen Lissandra.
Also Talia, Talia, really important. Silas is a pretty big one. I feel like his priorities dropped a bit because Talia Poppy's so strong. You know, playing a melee champion into those two, not fun, especially one reliant on his dashes. Ari has been really strong. Azia's been here and there a few times. It's been a pretty solid option as well. I think there's a lot of picks that you can take in the mid lane and be really impactful from, but it tends to be, you know, things like the Lissandra, things like the Swain. We started off, I think, especially post your ability changes, with a lot of scaling picks coming in, you know, Corki, Victor, and that was kind of the vibe people were going for some time, but kind of similar to how Spring went. Start of Spring, remember, it was Corki, Victor, meta. That was kind of the thing. And as we progressed over the course of the split, we moved to these proactive mids. We moved to these mid laners who could move around the map and make things happen. And we've kind of had a similar thing happen this split as well, where, you know, your Victors, your Corkis, Azia's still there, but it feels like the emphasis is more on mids who can make things happen and accelerate the side lanes. And then in the bot lane, we tend to have 80 carries, obviously scale exceptionally. And in the top lane, we have things like Gnar, who can obviously be a menace in late stages, Gwen, who can be a monster. And if you get them ahead, game over.
Yeah, it really is. Again, some of those moving mid laners with Silas as well, right? I mean, like, Silas could be something we talk about a bit in the series too. We'll have to wait and see. As welcome back to Casa. No Xiaolong Bao starting off in game number 1. It is the original mid-jungle duo that blasted through Spring. That also made some headwaves. I will say at the start of this split, although it was Dream in Rookie's position.
Yeah, and that was the big surprise. That was the big test, I feel, because they didn't have the hardest schedule at the start of the split. But it's like, how will this function? How will this team function without Rookie? Because we got the impression in Spring that this team wasn't just Rookie, but we got absolute confirmation that they still played really well without him in their lineup. And then when he came back, it just hit different. And I feel like, you know, as much as they've now had their score tarnished by that loss to Weibo, V5 have dropped 4 games. 4 games, that is it, over the whole split. Just 4. And you compare that, like, top esports are in first, they've dropped 7, nearly twice as many. You know, Weibo are in 5th place, and they've dropped 4 series, right? They've dropped 14 games, 10 more. I just want to hit on, like, how extreme it is. It's not that V5 just win a lot. It's the individual games. Like, JDG are the polar opposite, where they do tend to drop a lot more games, go to 3, despite the good series score. Yeah, all the time. But V5 have been such a convincing team. That's a rarity in the LPL. We tend to get a lot of these series where, you know, teams are testing things or they get challenged. It goes to 3 games, but they bring it out in the end. V5 very rarely has that happen so far, and likely to try and continue that form.
We're looking for a 2-0 then as they start on the red side here. We welcome you to pick ban. Now, for JDG, we already talked about it. That delay is going to be a first ban on blue side Orcs. So maybe setting themselves up to give hope that priority AD we've been talking about all day.
Yeah, and actually banning the Bel'Veth, so not want to deal with that from Kanavi. Poppy is available, but so is Trundle's a potential answer. We could see that taken as an early pickup. Aphelios is still on the cards, right? Callista, Renata is a big one that hasn't been banned away. Compare with Aphelios or Callista. So maybe this comes out as the first pick for JDG. And now V5. Do they take the Poppy? And do they take their pick of AD carry? Or is there another direction they want to go for? Because I think going Aphelios Poppy here would kind of be what I'd expect standard. But they could move in a different direction. They could go for the Callista into what I expect JDG will probably lock in the Aphelios if they do this.
Well, Callista then, that jungle pick you talked about. Also note that, you know, something like the Silas as well was looked at before, but we get the Poppy. So well spotted there, Orcs 2 for 2. JDG on the other side, Aphelios is available, like Hope's got hope.
Yeah, it has to be the Poppy because you do not want the enemy team to have Poppy when you have Callista. That is just unplayable. It's so unfun. But JDG, I expect the Aphelios to come in for them. Because that is what we originally saw into the Callistas, like Aphelios, Renata, really strong duo. You deny the Renata from the Callista, and she struggles to get up close during the late stage of the game. And now, this is interesting on this third pick. What do you opt to go for here? You could prioritize a mid, something like that Silas. You could just match in jungle. If you want to take Trundle into the Poppy, something like the Skarner we saw earlier from Tarzan, something you've picked out as a counter, it kind of has to be now. But they end up going for the mid lane, going for that Ahri. And now V5 are under a bit of pressure because, you know, you can like Trundle is the main one that is seen as like a counter. Outside of that, you're just moving down in terms of the tier list. Kanavi's a player who can bring out a ton of fringe picks, so not really sure what he necessarily want to offer there. We do get the Silas ban. I could fully expect a Lissandra ban coming through as well here from JDG, but they may throw something towards the top lane if they're concerned about, you know, Rich potentially using that counter pick. We have to see. And V5 end up going for the Xin Zhao, so it does have a dash obviously, but once you're on top of the Poppy, very easily you can just sort of out-duel her with your 3-talon strike and such.
So not much left available here for Kanavi. I mean, the fact that the Bel'Veth also demanded a ban is kind of funny. 4 against Kanavi, by the way, Orcs. That is a quadruple jungle ban. As for JDG, solo lanes are still targeted here. Rich's Gragas getting knocked out of the way alongside this Amumu. Now we have to see what the priority is. Do you counter pick top? Do you counter pick mid?
Yeah, well, you've already seen mid, so you can get both in this situation. Swain is something you could bring out here, right? You have lockdown with your Mumu, good into what JDG has, but they actually, instead of going for the counter pick, you know, they end up going, no, we want this top laner now, and go for the gangplank. So 369 is going to be able to counter this, but the expectation for V5 is they kind of think, okay, we don't think there's anything you can bring out that is good enough into the GP. We think Rich can handle himself, and JDG are toying with the idea off this Sejuani.
But it's 369. So that is a very big ask. That is a lot of trust. And yeah, Gwen, welcome back. Orcs, we just experienced a game of a GP not being able to do anything in the top side. And Flandre just pressed the R button and astounded us all. So we're getting a lot of similarities here. As JG get their top side Orcs, we now need a jungler for Kanavi, and he's got limited options.
Yeah, it's definitely been thinned out, but I feel like Kanavi, if there's any jungler, I feel like I'm not concerned about his pool being pinched a bit. It is definitely him. I feel like, and he's actually going to go for the Vi. So individually in the early matchup, this is a little bit painful for Vi because obviously your Q can be stopped by the Poppy, but you're not picking the Vi for that. You're picking the Vi for 2 reasons. One, you're in a Callista, you want Callista to not play the game, and that is what Vi does. And 2, you have an Ahri, so even if you go super deep on Vi with your ultimate, Ahri usually is able to follow. You can kind of punish Rookie in the mid lane on the Swain if you make it happen, and he will go for that Swain in the end, will lock that one in. So ultimately, I feel like both teams have come out with some pretty solid tools. I feel like it's hard to call this one, right? V5's bot lane, so much power in the laning phase, but if they don't find the momentum, you know, Renata Felios is very powerful. You have this mid jungle from JDG that has a lot of pick pressure. It's kind of like scaling sides for JDG, and it's about what their mid jungle can do. Whereas for the side of V5, they have more lane pressure coming out, and they kind of need to run away with it. So I feel like they want to try and take the edge in the early game and try and keep that in their favor.
I mean, we knew we were going to say that about at least one of these teams, if not both, right? Like JDG and V5, that win rate went ahead at 15 is 100%, as Orcs already set us up for before. Both JDG and V5 are crazy early game teams that are right now sitting at the top of the standings. Both of them can take risks. Both of them can run away with their leads. And Orcs, you know, there's such good structure in these teams. I was just looking at, you know, Nofe, Home, their history. The coaches of both V5 and JDG respectively, having world's top 4 rosters, having, you know, Coup Tigers in 2015 for Nofe. Remember that they've both got so much experience and history in League of Legends. It's no wonder that V5 and JDG right now are looking like potential world's representatives and are looking like top tier teams. 11-1 versus 10-1, JDG versus V5 on your magical Tuesday night. As we get into this series, we hope it's going to be an absolute bratwurst to take you through our final game of the night. Orcs, you were saying before, lane power for V5. And I feel like this is a perfect time to talk about it as V5 look for an invade to get themselves a bit of momentum on that bot side.
Yeah, Amumu, one of the best level 1 champions in the game. The fact you get 2 charge of the bandage toss with Glacial Augment, it's like you Q. If they flash, you Q again. If they don't flash, well, they're dead. And, you know, it's so hard to avoid once that stun's connected. They go for the bot side invade, don't find it. They're going to try and find this top lane, but should be spotted out if they move in. But they might just go for a late invade. If it's a late invade, they don't care if they're spotted. They know they win, so they'll be confident to go in. But we'll see if Yugao does just walk back towards mid. I think they'll still get spotted out in this ward, though. Yep,
yeah,
they'll all get seen.
But
so,
as she said, still committing.
Yeah, JDG have information, but V5 are going in here because they feel strong enough to do this, irrespective of whether or not the information's there.
For this level 1, we know Handshake misses as well. Okay, there's the bottom lane tools down as Kanavi now moves up to the buff. V5 are hovering around. Rookie's coming back in as well. Yagao shortly behind as Photic's going to be the one to watch as bandage toss number 1. Onda missing. We expected early blood. We're getting it. Double bandage toss as Handshake's a 3-man stun, but JDG have taken more as the never move from Rookie onto Hope. The ignite down. Get on ready. Hope's dead. First blood. And blood is the name of this series, of course, as bandage toss is back up again. All raise your PP gods in success as V5 are 2-0 at 2 minutes.
And they don't respect the power of the level 1. This is what I mean. V5 don't care if you know. They go for the play because they are so confident that they can execute. And JDG just get caught with their pants around their ankles, get taken down. And now Karsa, he might look for Yugao here, but Yugao should just be able to walk this off. But regardless, Raptor stolen away. 2 kills in the early game as well for V5. Such a good start.
And mid lane are going down as well, right? You know, Yagao is someone we talked about being crucial in this game. As we look at the replay, Orcs, you said something about respect.
Yep, and this was not respectful. This point, like, they could have just backed away, but they kept staying. Hope walks back up. Look at this. He's going back in. They don't expect the never move from Rookie. Pulls them back in, and then Hope even cleanses the ignite at the end. The buckler from Caster takes him out, and then Yagao, once more, lack of respect. He could have just stayed mid at this point. Like, they should have just said, look, guys, I'm going to lose my red. It's fine. Oh, and now we're seeing more action bot.
Meanwhile, yeah, good dodge though. Photic with the kite back. Is he going to live though? The range enough from Hope. The answer no, as PP God flashes away. Caster's here to stop the play from going any further forward, but we expected blood in this series. Orcs, we turn our heads for a second, and we're once again back on the billboard.
Yep. We really did not get much time to hesitate on this one. And we see just a play coming in here from Kanavi. And this is expectation. This Amumu and this Callisto want to play aggro, especially when they already have a lead. They end up overstepping. Summoners have been burnt level 1, and it ends up being costly.
Here we go.
Kanavi, though, being threatened here by Costa. They're both still level 2, and they're fighting over this red buff.
I mean, it's 11 versus 4 CS. Kanavi just wants to get the smite down, but Karsa has his to contest. Vault Breaker. Karsa gets it. Now he has red buff. Handshake saves the jungler's life, though. missing so far has probably been the best member as Carson throws up the emote, but 4 CS on Kanavi, Orcs.
Yeah, and I love this. I cannot emphasize enough how important Kanavi is for JDG's early game. The plan from the level 1 is set him behind. Make Kanavi unable to play the game. Because I fear for JDG, if Kanavi can't play the game, their early game kind of goes out the window. And we already said V5, you know, they're going to have that early momentum. If they keep it going, they are such a good team when they're ahead. One of the best teams in the world when they have that lead at 15. Haven't lost a single game when they've had that advantage. And in the rate this game is going, it is looking pretty good for them.
As we look towards the top side, Ignite's actually down 369 without the needlework, but Kanavi's here. Orcs level 3. They should be able to punch him out. Rich has the flash, but as going immune for the time being, Rich is going to set the barrel chain up to connect. It doesn't, though, as Kanavi's caught out. V5's counterpunch is better again. As the buckler thrown out, the Iron Ambassador left behind because Caster wants to hammer shot Kanavi, who tries the Vault Breaker, but Vision of Empire dodged away. Caster's still on the chase. This Poppy's so annoying. Kanavi's sick of him already. Iron Ambassador, hammer shock, auto attack. Smite heals him up though, as Vault Breaker to dissuade him. Yagal's coming in, but Caster gets it. 2-0 on 1. Yagal now trying to force this out, but Smite from Caster heals him up. And look who's coming in. Rich gonna help out his jungler, as right now it is a jungle diff between Caster and Kanavi.
And Caster just unwilling to let Kanavi go. And this is a problem. You're already behind as this Vi. You try and go for a play on the top side, and it backfires. And look at Caster's jungle. It's still all up. He's got a full jungle to clear through. He has to spend his whole game making Kanavi's life hell. Right? That has been his single ultimate goal. And you know what? Any jungle mains watching out there, they feel this. On a deep level, they feel this. This is painful.
It's so close to home, right? And seeing jungle diff as well as a laner, you're like, oh god, what's going to happen now? I mean, Yagal's been suffering for it, even suffered for the early play. And as well, we didn't get to talk about it, but Rookie having that semi-global Orcs is making it an extra pain in the sides as they're now approaching level 6. And I'm kind of curious as to how this explores further, because outside of Caster now, Orcs, we are going to see a little bit more global pressure in the GP, in Yagal with Spirit Rush and Rookie's W2.
It's actually kind of funny. If you slam someone in the wall as Poppy, it's a 1.6 second stun. And can you imagine you get hit in the wall, you're like, oh, it's just a Poppy, it's not that much damage. And then like Cannon Barrage and the W from the Swain come down. Oh, they found Yagal.
Demon Ascension, but Rookie doesn't have enough mana. The Flare follows up as Exhaust was used by Rookie at half HP. The Ari now stands without burning anything, including the Spirit Rush.
Yeah, a little bit ambitious. I think Rookie's game plan was to try and burn the Ari ultimate, but Yagal holds it, doesn't opt to, and now V5 actually in a bit of a disadvantage here. Rookie without mana or ult isn't really that relevant, and that's going to give space to Kanavi. He's going to be able to get a Scuttle Crab. He's healing. He's finding space in the game.
He's got 24 CS. Orcs, catching up. And he's almost level 6 as well. As you said, the relevance from this Vi and how important it is to JDG. I'm sure we'll get an inside look because we've got Herald spawning in 20 seconds. Junglers aren't going that side of the map. It seems to be a dragon push for now, but I kind of wanted to get your take as what's next, considering this game has just been so chaotic from the start.
Yeah, I think V5 can just start to lean on playing for neutrals. Keep Gangplank on the opposite side of the map, so you have the Cannon Barrage as well. Both top laners don't even have TP at this point. And lean on the Callista, right? Callista, so strong at securing neutrals. Once she has her ult and a Mumu does as well, it's so hard to contest, right? A Mumu can go in with no regard for his own life, land the ultimate, and then have the Fate's Call to keep him safe, and potentially go for a second engage and just layer it on top.
I mean, it's such a beautiful combo. Gets rid of the Renata ulti too. As Caster, guess where he is? Ignore Dragon for the time being. That neutral's just going to be looked at, while V5 get priority through mid, and they spotted out that JDG weren't doing the Herald. So Caster now pathing up that way. It seems he might finally actually back again.
And we'll see how these teams opt to look and set up the objectives. Like, again, we've seen a lot more fast dragons, but typically JDG have been the team who get the first dragon and lean on that one, but Kanavi's in no position really to make any of that happen. Level 6 has been hit by Photic. I expect PP God will be shortly after, and hopefully that's the point where we start to see a bit of movement around these neutrals from V5, and they can look to kind of accelerate the game.
Another thing you talked about, I know we're talking neutrals again. You were just talking about bottom lane and the combo there. I think another beautiful part of that is the fact that Cannon Barrage on top, you know, Mumu ulti, how long you're spending in multiple circles. Because let's also be frank, V5 have a circle comp. You know? Rich, Karsa, Rookie, Photic, PP God, they all involve circles, Orcs. And even though JDG is starting up the Dragon, those circles are still available, worth noting.
Yeah, and yeah, one available right now is that Amumu. I think the Amumu Swain combo is so potent just because that AoE as well. The Gangplank ultimate does magic damage. Bear in mind, Amumu, 10% extra damage for any magic damage dealt when he has applied his curse. He applies it when he ults, he reapplies it with his W, or he can auto. So a lot of magic damage you can really bolster. But for the time being, JDG get the first dragon, which is expected. They have highest first dragon in the league. But V5 will take the Herald instead, favoring that gold advantage. They're about 1,000 up already. They really want to be able to snowball this further.
Walk me through where you drop it, because there's a lot of lanes right now even. Rich and 369 have been battling it out with small burst trades. Photic and PP God, is that just kind of your desire right now as V5 to explore bot side?
Yeah, I'd say the safe one is mid, because you just guaranteed the 2 plates. You get the mid tower lower later. But I want a bot, right? You have the ult set up from V5's bot lane. Get the kills, and once you killed them, it means JDG can't really defend, and then you can look for the whole tower. That's the game plan. Basically, if JDG get caught in an all-in, someone dies, or if V5 get an advantage, that is where you can get like a full tower off the back of the Herald. If that doesn't happen in the next 4 minutes, we'll probably see Karsa just slam it down mid, and you'll just get a couple of plates. So it's about finding those windows and trying to set them up. And it's also about Kanavi, what he does. If Kanavi goes super aggressive top lane, for example, that means V5 can potentially Herald bot. If Kanavi gets counter-ganked and dies, then for sure, you know V5 will instantly slam the Herald after.
But I will say for now, I mean, JDG tracking Karsa really nicely. There's been some good wards in enemy jungle that spotted Karsa bot. Movements start happening from JDG. Karsa had to back off. Now heading towards the top side, the same can be said. Yet Gal sees him because of that control orders. Karsa went to the extent of vision. And as he walks up towards his top lane, once again, JDG have his number. And V5 being stymied a little bit after their control of the early game was going so well.
Yeah, and bot lane has been a bit of a pain point. This is how it goes with this Clistra Mumu. If you're not engaging, you're just going to get out-traded by the Renata and the Aphelios. And, you know, we haven't seen, after the initial good start from Karsa, the early pressure in the jungle, haven't seen too much action. And this does favor JDG for stalling out the game. See, Rookie going to try and steal a little chicken. But now, this is the bot side lean we could potentially look for. But they still feel hesitant. It still feels like they're unsure of what they want to do. And Karsa is just kind of chilling.
Yagao is not getting caught by these never moves, and Rookie pushes the wave, waits it out. As you said, Orcs, V5 might just have to pop this mid for the safer option, but they're still looking for bot. The problem is Kanavi now down here, wards to spot out the movement. Karsa back and forth, back and forth. They may have found Yagao, but is it really enough? He's against turret. So V5, from the strengths we were talking about now, that hesitancy is not something I'm used to saying with this top tier team.
Yeah, it felt like they were trying to burn the ult from Yagao, get some pressure, and rotate bot, knowing he wouldn't be able to follow. But in the end, they can't get it. The never moves don't hit consistently enough, and they'll just take a couple of plates mid. So it's not awful. There's definitely been worse Heralds, don't get me wrong. But V5 would have loved to get more out of that one. And now it's 2 minutes till the Dragon, and teams hotly contesting that vision in the area. After such an explosive level 1, it has kind of just slowed down a significant amount, and JDG can't be happy with this. You can see the top lane matchup. At this point, 369 is starting to become really threatening. He has the CS lead in the matchup. He's approaching his mythic. He's approaching that level 13. If Rich missteps, he will die.
I mean, it might even just be a death anyway, because JDG is sending 3 people up topside. PP God with a good response. Look at his movement on the minimap as Rich now has to pop the cannon barrage in place, but Kanavi's on top, and the charm just lands so nicely. Nothing he can do, as V5's response is going to be too late unless 369 steps out of place.
Yeah, and 369 just able to pick up the wave quite easily here. We'll use the final charge, the ultimate. Looks like Rookie's trying to find him, but he should just be able to get out on this one. And that's kind of, you know, Rookie's able to pick up the wave, but PP God makes his way all the way up there and isn't even able to make the counter. Not much burn from JDG as well. No flashes had to be invested. Rich obviously saves his. He knew that, you know, if he flashes as a Vi, he's going to get followed. But it's a nice movement coming out from them. And also to note, Kanavi has gone for this Chempunk Chainsaw, so that very early spike to give that extra power.
We look at the replay again. As you said, not much burn. I mean, Kanavi holding on to the ulti too. So JDG get away with a quick kill topside. The gold is now even. And V5's early game is not what we'd expect off of that, 3 kill at 3-minute start. Orcs, we still got a bounty on Casa. However, you were setting us up for Dragon, and I'm more concerned about these damage members that now have mythics across the board versus Rich and Photic not having their first item yet.
Yeah, still some work to be done. And this bot lane, bear in mind, V5 were in a position where they could have taken the Aphelios, and they opted into the Callista. They wanted the aggression, and it hasn't paid off yet. They've kind of just farmed it up. They're in a deficit, though. And V5 going to start up this Dragon, should be able to just secure the second one. But JDG haven't got that first one. JDG haven't mitigated this early lead. They're in a pretty comfortable position. And sure, V5 of what? 200 gold lead? Pretty minor. I feel like JDG are happy. We look towards the second Herald, which is in a minute. Ideally, V5 want to get that so they can crack that mid tower. But Yugao... Okay, they burn the ultimate. That's actually what they want, right? They burn the ultimate from Yugao. And that means... it's going to be a lot harder for JDG to contest this Herald. If V5 get this, they can crack open the mid lane tier 1, and they can start to expand that control on the map. But they need to keep pushing forward the pace of this game.
But Orcs, remember, V5, as you said, had a gold lead. And every time as we look at Scuttle contest here, Kanavi just smites it away. Every time V5 had a gold lead, like JDG, at the 15-minute mark, they have won their game 100% of the time. So V5 had a gold lead, running at 15 minutes Orcs. If only by 200. I mean,
we can see the stat ruined, right? It's not much, but it's a lead. So we'll see if they manage to close this one out and keep that 100% win rate stat intact. It's looking dubious for the time being. See, the side lanes are really starting to struggle for V5. Just both being pressured out consistently. And it's not like things are going much better mid. V5 need to make something happen, and it looks like they're going for the all-in.
Okay, Flash, Curse of the Sad Mummy, as Photic flashes into an ulti from Renata. Hope has to bail out, and he will be bailed out. As PP God gets ult at melee range, Hope kites behind his support. PP God only just gets the kill, but right back into missing. The auto attacks will seal him off. Oh, he's close, the auto flash. Missing gets it, doesn't take the turret with him, but JDG win out in the bottom side while V5 look for a take in the top. But will not be mistaken. JDG again. It's good news.
Yeah, V5's bot lane, it kind of just feels like they got bored of waiting. They fish for the window, but they don't manage to connect. I mean, obviously the cleanse is there for Hope, but also Photic tries to flash out of the ultimate for the Renata. The hostile takeover doesn't manage to. PP God doesn't manage to land the Callista ult because of the nice flash from Hope. And as much as they get Hope, they do end up losing 2 in return. Missing, actually miscalculated because of the Amumu E, but we do get to see what happened in the top lane before that. Oh, Kanavi just knocked out and 369 left alone.
Good ulti from Casa. Did 369 turn it around? Oh no, did Kanavi turn it around? Good flash, but matched by Kanavi and Rich. Wow. Actually, Rich's flash was also pristine.
Yeah, really nice flash coming out there. Managing to avoid it, but it's just so funny. Kanavi gets knocked away, has to make his way all the way back, and then ults in like, okay, it's go time again. But now V5 looking towards this Herald. Bear in mind, still quite a few tools unavailable. That ult from Divide just coming up, but it looks like JDG won't be contesting. They'll instead be looking to take out Rookie. Look at that tower's health. It is gone.
Yeah, one auto. 369 takes it down. Rookie is only on an Imperial mandate. Not much he can do as he's barely tickling the edges of Kanavi and 369. This Gwen setup, Orcs, 30 CS lead, side lane under control. As you said, for JDG, this game pacing out smoothly is always going to be a win.
Yeah, and V5 have the Herald, but realistically, you can crack mid-tier 1, but you're down in gold at this point. You're in a disadvantage. Kanavi is pretty strong at this point. Has picked up a Sunfire, 2 items completed. Gwen level 13. At that point, the new Gwen really spikes quite hard. It is looking rough for V5 from this position, but they still have a lot of team fighting strength, and it comes down to PP God, comes down to Rookie. If they can find the big ultimates to connect on a multiple members, Curse of the Sad Mummy, very powerful, but Dragon in a minute 15. I think that's why that might be where we see these tools flexed. For V5, I think you need to find favor. There's Baron going to be up at the same time. If you can win that Dragon fight, by enough of a margin. Oh no, Rich.
There's not going to be a dragon fight if Rich goes down. Cast is coming in to save the day, and he might do that. Makes it a 2v1 as Rich goes back in. Cast, you bloody hero. Hammer Shock set up the barrel chain close, but maybe Yagal's coming in to destroy the veteran. Spirit Rush is available with Flash, but he won't take the edge. Casa saving the day. Poppy much bigger than she looks.
Honestly, that looked like dream scenario for JDG, but the Poppy
never
ult
moved.
so powerful.
Max range, Photic running in. Let's go. Demon Flare at the ready, and it does so much damage. Remember, as Hostile Takeover comes through, Photic can throw in PP God. He goes the other way as Herald goes down. TP. Lyric, excuse me, Orcs. It's your birthday. Almost called you Lyric. Almost ruined your day as Everfrost comes through onto Rookie. Orcs, we are speeding up again. Please don't tell Lyric.
Well, don't worry. Hopefully he isn't listening right now, but a lot of tools bin, a lot of ultimates down going into this fight, but still the ultimate from PP got available, but it doesn't look like they have the confidence to move in on this one. JDG gonna pick up the second dragon already with a lead and securing this. It is just getting worse and worse for V5. See the W come out from Rookie, but not enough to steal, and we're seeing the back and forth. We're seeing the exciting passage of play. But it's JDG who managed to find favorable and Rich. Oh no.
Here we go again. Needlework hits 3 out of 3 times and just envelops Rich for a solo kill to the man rolling 9.
Yeah, I mean 369 has been fantastic this split. Up there is definitely at least top 3, but an argument can be made for him being one of the best, if not the best, top laner so far in terms of performance. And this Gwen, at that point of the game, you hit those 3 ultimates on a Rich, and he just goes down like a sack of bricks.
Every single time we turn the camera, it looks like JDG are the ones finding more. As all V5 can do is play defensive as your Gal Spirit Rushes, but under turret, Kanavi sets up to kill the PP God. Now Kanavi's going to die to a Rendo, which is great for Photic, but can they get any more? Rookie with no slow through the Vision of Empire. V5 making a trade though, Orcs, but the mid turret going down.
Yeah, super aggressive Kanavi, and actually fails the dash at the end to get over the wall. Not sure would have saved him regardless though. Now V5 fishing for maybe a play here. Won't find anything, but Kanavi is down. They're looking at Baron. They have a Callisto as well. And maybe Rookie can switch to Smite to make this an easy secure, but they're going to get 4 on it for sure.
But 369 has Needlework, and in a straight line, that's going to hurt, but it never moved. Never mind. Missing in your cow, get blasted. A Callisto shut down again. Photic setting up one. Rookie with the other. The mid laner who's quiet, then starts shouting.
Oh, and Rich just doing so much there. The base damage. And now 369, no ultimate. They have to try and contest, but PP God, he's there.
Flash ultimate available, Orcs. I tell you what, for your birthday, you want a surprise party, you're gonna get it. PP God moving into position, and once again, the circle comes alive as Photic almost dying, trying to heal up. Healing up, healing up, healing up. He survives. Ren for the blue buff too, and with Hope going down, with Kanavi and 369 going down, it's all wondrous plays for Victory 5 again.
So clutch. I honestly thought Photic would go down, but we get a replay. And yeah, just this huge barrel combo on top of the CC obliterates them. Yagao just dead, had no ult to get away. And then the thing is as well, because 369 has been his ultimate, he's not as relevant here. The PP God comes in, gets thrown forwards, lands the ultimate onto 3, and there's just nothing they can do from them. Photic, man, so close to being taken out by the Vi. Has to heal through the grievous wounds from the Kempung Chainsword, but does manage to survive.
Only just. I mean, V5 are equal in gold now, Orcs, and you talked a lot about this JDG comp and how time is their best friend. Still in a dire position in that avenue for V5, but they are trying to make plays happen. They continue moving up towards this Baron. They are trying to make this game go fast.
They absolutely are, and they're trying to keep pushing it forwards. But one big problem is they didn't secure the Baron, and they only have 1 dragon, so they are a long way away from Soul. But I will say, as much as the Aphelios Renata is scary, as much as the Gwen is scary, you saw what they can do in the team fights. If they connect, if the barrels hit, if the ultimate from PP God is there, they can win really at any point. But it comes down to connecting onto the right targets layering the CC and the damage, and they have to try and do that every single time. Now, you do see Carson was playing that long flank. JDG are pushing in super aggressive here, and maybe a bit surprised they haven't seen resistance.
As 369 going to get barreled, I mean, setting up something himself, and as you mentioned, not spotted out. A lot of missing pings going down, as Carcer's doing the same thing. Carcer and Kanavi on opposite sides of the map right now, just waiting for a target. But JDG back away. Carcer does not, though. Carcer might just wait for the dragon. I think he's just going to be super patient, Orcs.
Yeah, just keep waiting. Why reset? You just vibe in here. Try to find a window. And bear in mind, Dragon at 30, JDG don't have vision in the area. Face checking into V5 can be so scary. And this is when V5 are really strong, right? 3-item spike for Kalista, whereas Aphelios has not finished his Infinity Edge. The Swain as well, unfortunately, doesn't have Stopwatch or Zhonya's, but does have that Rylai's Mandate combo that's so potent. And JDG needs to respect that. They don't need to fight this dragon. That's something to bear in mind. They don't have vision in the area, and they could just let it go. And it looks like they might be threatening a Baron in return. The DPS here is insane.
I mean, Kanavi spent that time getting vision down and making sure that they've done their due diligence. JDG know that V5 right now are blind on the objective. PV God drops a ward over the wall as Cannon Barrage comes through. This is going to be a blowout as Carcer runs past Yagao, ignores him, looking for the steal. Keeper's burning into the back line. He got him, but no! 369 gets the Baron, and Carcer's down. Onto 369, the bailout. Will it be enough as he snips on him? But V5 are getting blasted because Hope decide to spin. Rich, the only one alive, and it might be an attempt at Baron still, but JDG are about to get everything.
They get it all. They'll be able to secure the dragon off the back of this as well. Gotta respect Rich a little bit here. Do not face check those barrels is all I would advise. Oh, but TP flank coming in. This is from Yagao. No ultimate, but I don't think it's needed for this.
Orange, Everfrost misses though, but Bolt Breaker connects and Rich can't 1v3 that. That's the ace in the end, and that's JDG putting their stamp on this game against another top tier team. Third Dragon's gonna come through, and they've got the Baron off a big number 9 in the top lane.
And a big thing is that you see instantly Hope repositions. He doesn't want to be in the pit. Kanavi gets knocked out, but 369 is like, I don't care. I'm finishing the Baron. Gets it with the ultimate, and then look at the hostile takeover damage. They all end up clumped here. The final ultimate from 369 does so much, and then Hope and Kanavi fly in. Not only do they get the Baron, but the way the team fight played out was perfect for JDG. Missing doing a fantastic job. And look at the damage this Gwen does when you clump up like that. It's absurd.
She died at the start of the fight, Orcs. I mean, 369 died at the start of the fight when Baron went down. He was the first target. I mean, this is why we're seeing this Gwen, as you said in the first game, so rightly so. The full AP build, the Void Staff already picked up, the Rabadon's Death Cap's coming up next. And with the 4K gold lead and Soul coming up next, Orcs, I think we can just say that JDG have hit that point. 3 items on Hope, it seems. 369 will be there shortly too. And having control in this game while V5 are running out of a bit of damage.
Yeah, JDG are not lacking in that area.
Oh no.
The Calibrum connects on a Photic, half HP off the back. He's going to be able to sustain up, but you're starting to see the threat. 3 items for Hope. And now play coming out top. Rich.
Takes a snip. Rich gets pummeled out. Cannon Barrage down. He has to flash. But Kanavi under turret while 369 absorbs it for the time being. Meanwhile, V5 pick a fight on the other side, and they're losing that as well, as even the Evan Shroud Amumu can't kill 180 carry. Rookie's in the middle, but he ain't going to be a demon this game around. A triple turned into a steal from Kanavi, and JDG are coming up clutch here against Victory 5.
V5 really just do not have any gas left in the tank. They try and make the play. They see Rich is going down, but they can't take anyone out. The Callisto's been outscaled. The Amumu doesn't do enough, and it just feels like the damage isn't there. Hope with the Bloodthirster as well, with the red gun, able to out-sustain a lot of this damage that comes through. And with the backing off this Renata as well, it's such a potent combo. And now the game isn't over this second, but this goal discrepancy, a 9k lead for JDG, Soul in 2 minutes 30. I think V5 are in a hole, and I don't see them getting out.
V5 only dropped 4 individual games. Remember we said, you know, there's a series there, but 4 games are all JDG have dropped. Excuse me, Victory 5. as we look at JDG in this choke again. V5 tried to pick an angle off.
Yeah, try to find hope, but obviously the cleanse comes in. They just take out the Poppy so quickly, and then here, it looks like they're going to get on top of hope. The CC's there, but just not able to burst to him. And bear in mind the bailout there as well. Rookie in this situation solo with the mandate does very little damage compared to when his teammates are able to proc it. Just very late to the fight. And now, with all that gold in-house,
Kanavi.
JDG looking.
But Kanavi's tanking up at this point as well. PP God gets the 3-man ulti in the backside, but Kanavi gets booted out of there. Hostile takeover, beautiful though, again from missing. Denied in as 369 jumps on him, but the needlework once more. Rich is trying, but Rich get yeeted again. 369 is only rolling 9s in this game. Orcs as Photic kites on back. PP God saves his brethren, but they are getting snipped as JDG flawlessly seam out. Victory 5 to take yet another loss. JDG, early gold leads be damned, Orcs. It doesn't matter. This one is going to be a trendsetter.
Yeah, V5 did not find enough of a lead. And when they fell behind, there's nothing you can do. This Gwen is absurd. The damage T69 has is just disgusting. There's no other way to phrase it. I cannot believe how much damage this needlework is doing. But the whole team came together, honestly, in that one. Kanavi set behind so heavily in the jungle. It really felt like the game plan from V5 made sense. Set Kanavi behind, try and establish a lead. But the first 15 minutes of the game, right, outside of that level 1 was so passive, so slow. And it gave JDG space. They managed to re-navigate. And then their composition, not only did it outscale, but they also just outperformed V5. And they managed to take this game 1. We were talking about at the start of the series, this is now the 5th game loss for V5. It only lost 4 before this. And JDG going to add their list to the name of teams who've managed to take a game off them.
And JDG, I mean, fighting back so well. I feel like the early game where Kanavi was shut out 4 CS at 3-4 minutes in the game. Kanavi caught up. Casa tried to make plays with the Herald as we saw Orcs. And I don't know, maybe proof in the pudding there. PP God and Photic within their lane. Was that the problem is my question to you, because that 2v2 never took off. And for the rest of V5, it's like we have a Swain mid, we have an Imperial Mandate Swain mid, we have a GP who's suffering in the top side. Nothing was going well by the time we got out of laning phase.
Yeah, I'm going to be real. I think there were some issues with draft. You know, I think they highly prioritize the GP, but the Gwen has a, you know, we've seen this twice today. The Gwen is fine to play that lane matchup and then just becomes this absurd monster in the late stages. The Kalista was picked when you saw the Renata, so you know they're going to pick a Felios. It's so obvious. And it's a rough matchup. It's not fun. You saw how hard it is in the late stage of the game for Photic to get close to Hope. He needs PP God to be layering CC on top of him, but even then it just wasn't enough. So I wasn't the biggest fan of how they handled the first 3 picks in draft. And JDG, you know, I can blame draft as being a factor, but JDG definitely just played this one better. They set Kanavi behind and it didn't matter. This Vi able to pick targets and just eliminate them from the game.
Oh man, I mean, Kanavi having an impact. That's the biggest thing for me is he shouldn't have. You know, Casa playing the first 10 minutes so well, but incredible stuff from JDG. And overall, I think we come back to what we talked about so many different times, where it's not just one member of JDG performing well. It's all members on all fronts. Like Hope and Missing were the weak part Orcs in previous splits. Like Hope and Missing as a duo lane, we're like, what do we talk about with this team? Or sorry, this bottom lane. Missing had some insane ultis that game. Hope again, still performing like you know, one of the top tier 80 carries this split. On all fronts, JDG continue to be impressive. And, you know, as you said, V5 with the draft difference there, make it really hard to give themselves options.
Yeah, and I question, like, is this Gwen? How big of a problem is this Gwen? Because it feels like with the right player piling in it, it's just absurd. It's just so disgusting in the late game. And it's like, it just puts a timer. And clearly, V5 couldn't get it done quick enough.
Well, game 1 of JDG. But remember, JDG always go to a game 3. Will this be different too? Are we breaking all trends? It's going to be the big question when we go to a break.
But Ox, we've gotten to the promised lands.
Yep.
We've gotten for your time to take over. Here's the host hat. it off
No.
to you. And
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I have a fun little question to round it out.
Suits you.
So I'm going to sell the scenario to you, right? Coming up to World Finals, and what ends up happening is the entire crew, all the casters, end up getting some food poisoning. They can't cast. You're the only one left standing. And actually, it turns out there was a big party with casters from in all of esports. No casters from esports are available. And they're like, look, Dagdale, look, Lyric.
What is this?
We need you to put together a cast for the finals. Budget is not an issue. You can have anyone in the world who is going to be your tri-cast for the world finals, but you can't use esports casters, right? And you have to justify it. You have to say, okay, why should we, maybe spend all this money or bring in this person we don't really know? Why should this be our tri-cast for the world finals between AL and top esports?
I like how you just slipped that in at the end.
I mean, I have my answer. If I want to go first and give you guys time to think.
So I feel like I've already got a decent answer.
Okay.
I feel like you go for Henry Cavill, right? The dude's already a massive nerd, plays a bunch of games, looks fantastic on camera, has a silky smooth voice.
Yep.
Like, it just feels like a no-brainer to go for that guy. And like, I'm sure like he's involved in like watching online sports already. I think he plays a lot of, it's World of Warcraft he plays, not Warcraft 3. He's definitely
Warhammer, though,
somewhat familiar with MOBA mechanics. So I feel like he'd be the one you go for, right?
Well, so that's one of yours, but would you have him dress up in the full Witcher garb? Would you have him do that on foot? Or would you just plain clothes? Yeah.
He's going to show me up either way, so I don't think it matters what he's wearing, to be perfectly honest. If I'm standing next to him, like, it's all over anyway. That man is just going to outshine you regardless, so he can wear whatever he wants. Let's be realistic. Look, he's doing us a favor. Look, bring him in. It's all good. Whatever you're feeling.
Okay. Do you have your other part of the TriCast yet, or you just got that one for now?
I think that's just a one for now.
Okay. I'll do mine since I've had mine prepared. I've known this question before. Mine would be The Rock and Jack Black, right? That would be my TriCast. I don't know
Dude,
if you guys...
that's actually one of mine. I was going to go with The Rock as well. Keep explaining, but my God.
I love The Rock, man. I know everyone's like, oh, he just does the same movie. They're in the jungle. I don't care, man. I love those movies. I watched them all. If anyone's seen Jumanji, him and Jack Black absolutely rock that film. It's fantastic. It would just be so much fun. Jack Black has so much range. The Rock can do his smolder, the whole... Oh, man. And he's done wrestling. You know that he can just put on a show. I mean, obviously, I suspect he's an actor, but I'm gonna pitch this to Riot. This is my pitch to Riot, okay? If you want to put me, it doesn't have to be me. I don't even care, right? This isn't just about me. If you want to put The Rock and Jack Black on World Finals, sticking with Kobe, for example, everyone would tune in for that.
Can I take myself out of the TriCast and just add a third different person? Because I was gonna go a similar route. I had The Rock in it, but I was gonna go with The Rock's partner in crime. I was gonna go with The Rock, Kevin Hart.
Yeah.
And then as you were hitting on Jack Black, I thought, who's another person who's been in a movie with The Rock in like a random jungle or desert setting or whatever? Ryan Reynolds. Give me the Ryan Reynolds, Kevin Hart, The Rock TriCast of World Finals. I don't know what will be going on. Ryan Reynolds is so like matter of fact, and then adding The Rock and Kevin Hart, like, dude, it will be a banger. Dude. They can come host the last hit. Come, The Rock, if you're listening, come take over. Hit up Ryan Reynolds and Kevin Hart. Get in here.
Dude, imagine as well, Kevin Hart, like, yo, you sure you can see? Can you reach the monitor? And like The Rock would pick him up. Oh man, I can imagine it. It's in my head.
Na 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 na. We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah. We're gonna take you higher.
我觉得我们想要赢下这场比赛的话，我们上野对抗很重要，就是我们要把上野对抗做好。再次交手的话，就希望能2-0赢下他们吧。对于接下来的赛程的话，我们就希望赢下每一场比赛，然后争取拿一个前2的名次，然后以一个更大的优势打季后赛。
I mean, 369 just saying it how it is, wants a bigger advantage in playoffs. Let's be real. Any of our top 3 teams want that at the moment. But for JDG, they're the ones that grasped it in game number 1 as I return with the birthday boy here to tell us more about 369, the Lord and Savior in the top lane, who had a load of die there, Orcs. I mean, the Gwen pick was looking mighty fine.
Yep, and I feel like if any Rioters are watching this, I think this game will have been enough for them to say, look, Gwen was a mistake. More nerfs, move the champion maybe. It was problematic, but piloted obviously expertly. And I feel like the thing is, we talked a little bit about how the laning's a bit weaker. The E reset refund cooldown isn't as good. And that can mean you're a bit more vulnerable. Yeah. But we've seen 369 able to navigate it, and the scaling is just ridiculous. Like the new build is no longer, I'm a bruise, I get up in your face. It's just like, I'm going to one-shot you with my ult from a distance, or even worse, if you're up close, you just get blasted. And yeah, 369 did a fantastic job, consistently able just to do ridiculous damage on this champion.
I mean, it's just insane. Like, again, we've done full circle, Orcs. Gwen, oh my god, must pick or ban. Gwen's okay. Gwen's not great anymore. We're all the way back around to Gwen being so good, as we've seen today twice now. 369, 8 MVPs. Remember you and I were saying a little bit earlier, 8 is second. Tied with Doomby, tied with Viper. Now 369 adds himself to that pool.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like it was just 999. It was all the way. It was just 999 for Rich, honestly, but 369 performing his absolute peak. And, you know, if credit to Kanavi, doing a lot of work considering that he's been set behind early, but this solo kill, like, the final ult, the damage this does is just absurd. And that's before he has, like, the full build here. Securing the Baron, gets the ult across the team that just decimates them. And I feel like the thing is, like, there are definitely matchups that can punish the Gwen. Nara's a great example, but Nara's so often banned or picked early. And I feel like, you know, if you pick Gwen late and you know the matchup is stable, I just don't know what you can really do other than win the game fast.
True. And V5 tried to do that, especially when everything slowed down and JDG got back in. But Orcs, we were saying, you know, that the damage wasn't coming through. It almost felt too late. But for JDG, they hit their points. The 3 items were there, and V5 couldn't do anything at that point as we hit 30 minutes, and JDG shut them up. So a really successful game. And draft's really important considering that you highlighted how the giveaways from V5 were too much. They're now on blue side with an Aphelios ban, which you do not see every day.
Yeah, so quite a rarity to see this one coming out as a ban. Could honestly mean Kalista first pick makes a lot more sense, but it looks like they're going to prioritize the Renata. The question is, would JDG then have to pick away the Kalista? Because Kalista Renata, without Aphelios to check it, could be a bit painful. Poppy is open, though. I guess you could Shakir the Poppy, and that makes Kalista harder to pick. There's a lot of mind games that can go on here, but nah. 369 is already performing like an absolute monster. Gnar is the best top lane on the patch. We've been singing the praises of Gwen. Gnar is even better, and 369 will lock that in for himself. And then going on from here, they take the Kalista. They don't want to play against the Kalista Renata. I think V5, you take Poppy for sure here.
Yep.
And I'm wondering what else they want to take.
Looking at the GP, I mean, that was Rich last game, but here's the
yeah,
Silas.
This is good.
Much better this time, and especially when Rookie's on it. I mean, in the past, has been an absolute godsend. As, wait, Photic Draven instead of the Poppy Orcs, bot lane now matched.
They don't care about the Poppy, and he'll probably get banned second rotation here. It's obviously very good in the Kalista, but this is Photic wanting to challenge Hope in the bot lane. This is a very strong bot lane 2v2 between the Draven and the Renata. And the Silas as well for Rookie. When you know the enemy team has the Gnar, one of the best ults in the game to steal, you don't need to be Mega Gnar to use it as the Silas. And also 150% AP ratio if you slam them into the wall. JDG, instead of taking a support, they go for that Azir. Want to have a good matchup for Yagao. Neither team haven't picked the jungler yet is a bit of a surprise, but we'll see the second rotation of bans come in. JDG, I wouldn't be... They're in a good position, right? Because they can pick... They can have first choice coming out the next stage of bans. If they want to take a jungler like Poppy, they don't necessarily have to ban it if that's what they want, but they will deny it away. They know how threatening this could be towards the Kalista.
I mean, gives Kanavi choices, right? He's been on things like Wukong, Lee Sin. Viego's been one of his most played as well. That's already been banned away by V5. So things like Trundle we've been talking about today. Orcs, what else kind of lines up as we are just seeing jungle ban after jungle ban?
With Poppy off the cards, honestly, Lee Sin could be a decent pickup here. Although neither team yet has fantastic setup for it. Also, a thing to bear in mind is what is V5 going to take top into the Gnar? You could trim that pool a little bit. You could take away things like the Gwen, the GP, as much as Gnar is pretty strong into them. Don't necessarily want to give them chances. Actually go for the Sejuani, so something that Gnar does well into, but obviously is just a bit of a brick wall and a strong frontliner. And now V5, do you ban a support here as well? They are going to go for another jungler with that Wukong. My question is, because JDG can pick the jungle now if there's anything left open that they want to have priority on, or they can just take a support, and the best engaged support left is Nautilus by far.
Yep.
I mean, he's just the best engaged support in general, and we'll see if they opt to go towards that.
Maybe for the Brom instead, looking at it. Missing has been someone who's played a plethora of picks. Right now, rocking 6, 9, 12 unique champions in the bottom lane. And the Tahm Kench, one that he still hasn't played, Orcs. This is going to be number 13 at a very strange time. You don't sound like you like that.
Yeah, I mean, you're just going to get harassed down as the Tahm. And you don't pose much threat to Draven, Renata. Both of them can stop your Abyssal Voyage from coming in to try and CC them. So I'm not convinced by the Tahm pickup here. But clearly, JDG want to play front to back and think he'll help enable them to do so. V5, though, they pick the Lee Sin for Karsa. No Poppy to stop that. And then Rich will take the GP once again into the Gnar. Obviously, Gnar super strong at the moment, but GP should be able to withstand that matchup. Now, JDG get to select their jungler. They need Engage, is what I'm going to say. They absolutely need Engage in their composition. And what a better champion to have that secure point and click engage than maybe a Vi.
Okay, Kanavi runs it back then. Orcs, quickly tell me on V5, because we have elements from last game, right? Rich back on the GP. We have ourselves a pretty fundamentally strong mid lane. But this time around, the direction feels a lot stronger to support, and again, it seems to be towards the bottom lane.
I mean, bot lane is going to be so volatile. I think V5 had the edge in the matchup with Draven Renata in the fact that the Tom Kench came out from JDG. But, like, you know, if this matchup goes heavily in one side, it's going to snowball out of control, right? Draven went behind pretty unimpactful, especially when there's so much CC on JDG to shut him down. But if he's ahead, he could just be a monster. I think we've seen V5 have that strong mid jungle with the Silas Lee Sin. I want to see them take control, move that pressure down, and I just expect an absolute slugfest in the bot lane. So I'm looking forward to it.
Good. It should be the same as game one then. I mean, game one started with an invade. It became a slugfest off JDG not showing respect to V5. This time around, we'll have to see the difference. Draven, always a gutsy pick, but in the LPL, it's not that much of a rarity these days as well. But coming back to it for V5, I mean, they've only ever dropped two games within a series that they haven't lost. They've only ever lost one series, Orcs. I mean, the same to be said about JDG. One team is walking away here with a 2-series loss. But we also know that JDG have this weird tendency to go to a game 3.
Yeah. And but even saw 369 in his interview before we came back from the break was saying, look, we want a 2-0 V5. We don't want to mess around. One of the issues is that the fact that JDG got to 3 games, you know, we joke about the fact that it happens a lot, but it's happened so often that V5 have a higher game difference than JDG despite being lower in series played. They are not in a good spot. So JDG are 11-1, Top Esports are 11-1, but Top Esports have +3 higher game difference, and that's what we use when there's a tiebreaker. So they really want to get as many 2-0s as possible to finish out the end of the split.
And the majority of our top 2 in previous splits, remember, folks, have also been 14-2s. Like EDG's, the Top Esports JDG era in 2020, 14-2, 13-3, worst case scenario. So, you know, you go down to that 2-series loss, you can't really afford to drop another if you want to get straight into the double elimination. And if you're tuning into LPL for the first time, double elim in the LPL for playoffs works like this. Our top 2 get seeded straight in, and it means that they get a second chance. It means that if they lose a best of 5, that they are not out and get a greater chance of going to Worlds as well, Orcs. Also, top 4, you might just have enough points based off of that to get yourself into Worlds based off points. As you know, we are just setting up into this game. Wards are being placed on opposite sides to try and spot out, and that's Rookie dropping one on red side.
Trying to get some of that early vision. We won't see as much craziness as we saw in game 1 with the fact that Cast was just living in Kanavi's jungle. But I expect pressure to be put down towards the bot lane when possible. Interestingly enough, to see the cleanse come out from Photic. I expect that was probably like a reaction to exhaust. It's pretty good, you know, missing exhaust and we can respond, but not really too much to be cleansed in this situation. But obviously they want to play the lane aggressive, and this is where I had a bit of a problem with the Tom Kench. You don't offer too much threat into a Draven. It's very hard to hit your W onto him since he gets the movement speed from his W. He can E, he can throw his axes at you to knock you aside to interrupt your channel. And so I think this is just going to be, if the lanes play out naturally and it's just like 2v2, no jungle interference, which I'm just going to say, don't expect that to happen at all, but Photic and PP God would pull ahead massively.
They do have a push in the bottom lane, but it looks of it. Our cameraman just liking the top side right now as Rich is doing something similar. And as Cartha passes towards, that'd be an interesting name for an old lady, Cartha. As Cartha passes towards the bottom lane Orcs, for Hope and Missing being pushed in so aggressively right now, just giving a bit of safe leverage here to Photic and PP God, who do have the damage trade, but looks like good tongue lash hitting means that PP God and Photic are going to be sent back a little bit.
Yeah, and we see Rookie actually trying to get on top of Yagao. This lane for the Silas is a bit frustrating because Yagao can just harass you and push the wave, and the only way you're ever going to be able to trade with him is getting on top of him. But you're fine just kind of scaling into this. And we have to look at the ult choice for Rookie. Normally, we're happy if we have like one good ult. There is, honestly, I think all ults are pretty decent, right?
Oh, yeah.
Nas is exceptional. Vi is very good. Azir is pretty strong. But then, like, even Kalista has value, being able to, like, you know, save an ally. Tom Kench, you know, the ult on Tom Kench Ultimate, the AP ratio is really high. Like, it's over 100, I know for sure. Like, you could just give your ally like a 1,500 shield maybe in the later stage of the game.
He'll using the bot side though, but yeah, I mean, as you said, there's so many good ultis here, but
Yeah, it's 150% AP ratio, the
Oh
Tom
my
Kench ult, so
God. That's nuts.
yeah. A lot of potential, and Rookie definitely a player who can live up to that. So we did see the heal used there from JDG, but you can see this is how, you know, we're 4 minutes and a plate's already taken. This is how this lane will continue without outside influence, so I'm looking at Kanavi to shake things up.
But he's towards top side for the time being. Might be looking to influence mid as Rookie's been poked down so nicely by Yagao. Getting a lot of CS, but his health bar is dangerously low as he might have to burn a flash. Away with him, he's gone to Duck. Kanavi
Beautiful.
burns his, but that's so worth it here considering that jungle flash from mid.
Yeah, that was just so nicely played though by Rookie. The fact that like he had a minion left to E back to, he clears the wave, dashes back, and then flashes the CC. All things considered, Rookie gets what he wants with a reset, and it's a flash for flash. But now 369 in trouble.
Waiting for the hop, the flash, Sonic Wave connects, the flash burn, Tempest cripple, caster on Lee Sin. What more do you expect for first blood?
Flawlessly played, patient with the Sonic Wave, and then the E flash into the auto to take out 369. A lot of summoners been on the top side there, but V5's gank is successful, whereas JDG's was not. They find themselves a little bit of an advantage. And overall, Rich has been trading pretty well into the Gnar for the time being.
So well played. I mean, waiting for that hop there. Caster gets the pickaxe off his first blood as well. Damage advantage when you consider that, you know, Lee Sin isn't seen as much here, Orcs. We've been going towards the Trundle, the Viego's still there. Like, there's so many other jungle picks. Caster pulls this out and looks exceptional yet again.
Yeah, I think the problem with Lee Sin at the moment is Poppy and Talia being meta. If either of those are being played, playing Lee Sin is so unfun. But a game like this, but both of them were unavailable. Actually, I don't think Poppy was unavailable, just wasn't picked. But Lee Sin has free roam to take over, right? He can just, if he connects onto a squishy target and can get the follow-up there, so much you can do. And I feel like LPL Lee Sin just completely hits different. Even when we had the durability patch and Lee Sin had been nerfed, people were still playing him. Now, PP doesn't connect. Nice move from Hope, to be fair.
Yeah, same as last game, right? Little sidesteps. I mean, Hope has been impressive this split. I feel like an underrated 80 carry, considering that we haven't talked about it much, but now we get to as PP God burnt his flash with the bailout and the cannon barrage. Will he survive the onslaught? As Missing with the tongue lash gets handshake back in. He's going to go down and Photic cashes in. Rookie stole away the ult from Kanavi too. Wow. Double cash. We're rolling in money for Photic.
That's it. That might be enough just to make bot lane unwinnable for JDG.
God.
415 was the first cash in. Look, he's 1,200 gold ahead of Hope on the back of that. He has 1,600 gold in inventory. Yeah, that's the thing with Draven, is he's so volatile. He's so scary because one cashing can mean that. And the problem is as well, we're in a game where, you know, with the Renata W, very hard to stop Draven from trading a kill. We'll get a replay. Yeah, they look for PP God. They know he's flashless. They want to try and make the play, but Kanavi nowhere near with no 6. And then Photic comes in. The cannon barrage was obviously a big factor as well, but there it is. 415 gold plus the kill as well, giving so much. And then another kill here. Obviously no stacks on that one. He gets 45 on top of the kill gold. But he's more than happy. He hasn't actually backed yet. I believe he'll have his Eclipse and then maybe like boots as well. I don't think tier 2 boots, but definitely at least the Eclipse. And look at Hope's items. He's got boots and a sword.
Hey.
He's just holding this little knife in his hands as Photic walks up to him and it's like, it's go time.
I mean, you can see Faith Core going to be used here. Fire's coming down as well. The cease and desist onto Photic. Remember, he said he hadn't backed as he flashes away. The Tom Kench interrupted. Yep. Great stand aside on Missing, and stand aside they will.
Yeah, flash burn from Photic, but ultimately he doesn't go down. That's the problem with the Tom Kench. You know, if this was a Nautilus, not much you can do to stop the depth charge, the Q from connecting the big hook, but ultimately the stand aside from the Draven manages to stop the Tom Kench from following up on the engage. And to be honest, it wouldn't be the end of the world if Photic died there because he'd already cashed in his stacks earlier. But he is in a very comfortable spot. Doesn't opt to actually finish the Eclipse, picks up a Sheen on top of some components, but he is doing an absurd amount of damage.
And that onto Hope, I mean, almost dies just from the ultimate. So as Hope runs back, No first item, as you already mentioned, but we're still going to be watching bot lane with bated breath because Photic, even without summoners, is going to hit hard. Orcs, this is exactly what we wanted to see. You talked about B5's bottom lane. You talked about both bottom lanes for that factor, right? Kalista, Draven, getting a big laning phase, and they've definitely done so. As topside, speaking of laning phase, Rich in a lot of trouble. 369. How many times do you want to load the dice? As the house goes a little bit wide, but remember, the economy's unstable. It's not a good time to buy. So for 369, by the way, not financial advice, is now going to be gank kicked against the wall. Sonic Wave's there, but Kanavi with the counter gank, but underneath the turret, Cast is willing to die. And again on this Lee Sin, he wants to play blood for the blood god.
Yeah, not sure how I feel about that one. I respect the fact that Caster went for it, finds the kill, does take 369 out, but obviously trades his life, so no massive advantage gained, although Caster did burn his flash for that one. But yeah, 369 going for a heavy all-in on Rich, but just doesn't connect the final house. Now we got to look back at his bot lane. And the thing with how this goes is that Kalista likes the long trade. She likes to be able to auto a lot of times, stack up the Rens. Draven likes to throw one axe at your head and do like a 30 HP of damage. So as long as Photic doesn't get engaged on, he will just hard out trade Hope at any opportunity.
You can see already, I mean, they're angling to go forward. Photic, every time he presses W, that blood rush to his head continues to threaten out Hope. Those turret platings available for the next 4 minutes as well. And Orcs, you can see that JDG is trying to build a response by sending Kanavi to bottom lane before it gets any worse.
Yeah, they want to make this happen. They know he's flashless. They have the ult, but Caster is waiting in the wings. Oh,
Breaker used to get over the wall.
There he is.
Great timing. Sonic Wave going to connect here as the phase call used. The ultimate from PB God doesn't know is 1-2 onto Hope. Bailout's there, but no. The assault and battery ceases and desists his existence as 3 members of JDG are still unslaughtered as Rookie's stolen away Yagal's ultimate. Good Emperor's Divide from Yagal to make sure he doesn't get caught up in the mix.
Yeah, missing with the gobble because Photic was going to kill Hope and Photic was going to get the reset from the Renata, but
meanwhile,
missing managed to save.
Oh, ducked, and there you go. Rookie again with a great stolen ulti that just keeps giving gold to V5.
There's the combo, and like, we have games where it's like all you need is one good ult for Sylas. I feel 2 is nice, but when you have so many good ones, Rookie can just go anywhere. But like, oh, Empress Divide, I'll take that. And it's Rookie. We know he's so good with any ult he'll take here. Yagao should just be able to dash out of this one, but is starting to be threatened at this point by the Sylas, and Rookie has kind of just been, you know, having a final time in the laning phase. Hasn't really been challenged enough, and will be a monster as this game goes on.
I mean, he's just threatening in a 1v2. He knows that Yagao is still there. He has an inkling, but still being an absolute menace. As we look at the replay, Orcs, and this was the 3v2 bot where Kanavi just ran on in the end.
Yeah, once again, Missing can't start the engage with his W, gets interrupted. He gets cleansed, exhausted and cleanses it, and then Photic, he would have killed Hope for sure, but the gobble comes in, the ult from Kanavi as well to guarantee it, and as a result, they don't get the turnaround kill. So good play from JDG to shut down the Draven, but I don't think they're out of the woods yet in terms of that area.
I was going to ask you, as we look here again, Rookie, second time that ult's been so efficient. First time, was, of course, was the cease and desist as Mazel told me the name changes. Meanwhile, Rich in the top side has flash available. Barrel's going to get down. He burns it, and Kanavi has done a good job. And the Herald bot, though, is going to be the trade-off. So a summoner for first turret blood, again, means that JDG are definitely not even in the woods at this point. Orcs, they need a chainsaw or something to push their way through.
Oh, the Draven was already ahead. This is the problem. Like, he was already in such a lead. Now with those plates as well, it's going to be ridiculous. He's kind of been building, like, it's kind of like Draven's thrift shop, where he's got like a bunch of components of different things. Half of an Eclipse, half of an Essence Reaver. I wonder if he's going to be able to finish both soon enough, honestly, with the extra gold from those plates. Don't think he'll be quite there yet, but he is going to become problematic soon. I mean, already is a problem. Has now got the Essence Reaver. Eclipse is going to be next. He's picked up those tier 2 boots. Or is he? He's deciding. I've honestly, I've noticed this. I didn't mention it before. Photic has gone to base a few times. He'll like buy something. Then he actually bought the Eclipse earlier and then changed his mind and refunded. So he's trying to work out. He's like, you know, I have so much gold, but I have so many items I want.
Yeah. Again, like
I want them all.
Unlimited shopping. JDG trying to make their own play on the bottom side, though, Orcs. As we come back, now that Kanavi's leaving, I'm a little bit worried. Missing does not have any flashes. He tries to tongue lash to slow the play down, cast with a Sonic Wave. But Kanavi's about to come back in. The kick backwards Fate's call says no, and now that Caster's knocked up, the hostile takeover, brilliant, but the problem is JDG had their engage with Kanavi going in, but he's separated with Rookie stolen ult again, zoning out. It might not connect, but look who's dead. Draven now there as Rookie wants to carry the rest of the fight. The bailout onto Castle resets. Hope still hopping around, but Rookie's at full HP, and he can 1v2 the rest of this as Chain Lash turns in. He gets the Kingslayer. Yagal, you're going to be next. Arnold Schwarzenegger and Terminator. That's the vibe I get from this man.
And Rookie does it. He managed to stay alive till the end of the fight, and that's the problem. JDG don't focus the Silas, and in those long extended fights, you get so many rotations off your cooldowns. Rookie cleans it up. 9 stacks on the Dark Seal, and just some monstrous play here. You can see initially, this kick, Caster, not the play where there's a Fate's call, I'm just going to say, but the extended fight does start to go in favor. Yagao tanks a lot of damage with the crown, so he doesn't get chunked, and then that ult comes in. Rookie doesn't manage to get Hope with his in return, but this whole time, Rookie's not being focused. Like, at no point do they start pumping damage into him, and he's free just to clean up this fight.
I just love, Rookie's having such a good time.
He's
Because you're
vibing.
right, there's no target, but Rookie was already in such a good place. Orcs, he picks up 3 kills from this fight. And that was at the 14-minute mark. We just saw teleports getting unleashed, giving us a nice timer. But for V5, they still remain in charge. And while Photic goes down in the play, while Hope is able to get something in this game, we turn a new leaf. And Rookie, who, by the way, just died, somehow is now 4-1. I'm not sure how he died, Orcs. I'm sure we're going to get a replay. Replay it after.
I don't know. We'll get to see. Okay, just recall in there. Yeah, not the best place to go for a recall. And was punished, and that's a lot of gold that went over. Is this just solo? Man. Okay, no, a little bit of help came in for the Clister, but it's kind of crazy how strong the Vi is with the build that Kanavi has gone.
Oh,
he actually managed to kill Kanavi. Yeah, wow.
What? It's still insane. I mean, still insane in essentially a 1v2. JDG caught up in some of the gold, but Orcs, let's bring it back to square one. Because 16 minutes, 16 kills. This is my type of LPLs. I'm sure it's everyone's at home. V5 have 2 dragons, though. They've been stacking this up, and, in terms of scaling, is there a conversation here, or is it simply just about how these comps operate? Where do you want to start?
Yeah, I feel like both teams have strong scaling elements, honestly. I think it's hard to judge, flat out who will outperform. For example, Silas can be a monster in the late game, but so can Azir. Draven and Clister, both more snowbally picks, but can still, if given freedom, do a lot. GP and Gnar, right? Both these strong in the late game. I don't have a clear-cut answer. I guess we'll see as the game pans out who sort of has the edge. But I feel like execution is going to be the major thing. And with 2 dragons in pocket for V5, third coming in 10 seconds, JDG have set up early. They're in the area. They're in control. This is good for them because V5 want to be getting access to the backline. They want Rookie to be on top of them. But it looks like the game plan here is not to contest this dragon, and that's the comfort. You have 2 already. I mean, you can go for this top lane tower. You can herald mid. And JDG, well, they get their first dragon of the game, but it's only the 1.
It will be close to a 2-turret trade. I mean, even look to the top side. Rich is pushing inner. Caster's going to shadow him as 369 moves out in the Mega Gnar. But for JDG, playing very defensive here as Rich and Caster will spot out the unit moving around. While V5 are pinging towards that mid lane turret. Orcs, if they get this, their gold trade will move them to about 3k, close to in the lead.
Yeah, put them in a good position. Caster caught out.
Safeguard though, as Rich gets a barrel train. He's buying time. Barrels are gone as he's eaten up. Oh no. Unfortunately, inside of missing is Rookie! Rookie! Every time! He's exhausted, but as he goes golden, JDG waiting for him with a hostile takeover. Saves his life. A good ulti though from Yagal. Mid laner's coming up clutch. Rookie's bailed out, but can't get a kill. Yagal versus Rookie is stepping up huge.
Man, Hope managing to do so much to clean up that fight. Rookie saw the window and he went for it, but it wasn't a favorable fight in the end. Caster being down made such a big difference. Damn close to a 4v5, but it wasn't enough, and now JDG will take that mid tower in return, and the Clister has got a lot of gold off the back of that. Bear in mind, this Draven was so far ahead. Hope already had equal items going into that fight and is now going to be able to pick up some more, but yeah, Caster just caught out, could have ward hopped away, but was very late on it. So as a result, got CC chained and missing, even able to stack passive before he stopwatched. But then Rookie sees this window, goes for it. The damage is pretty insane. But the exhaust comes in, the lockdown is there, the hostile takeover again, massive. Then Yagao sliding in, slamming the Draven and the Renata back, and then Hope is there for the cleanup.
I mean, Hope is, in the perfect place at the perfect time and gets a triple kill at the end of this as well. But mid laners, man, the big ultis, absolutely unbearable. We're getting ourselves a JDG comeback Orcs. The early game was set up for Draven. Now Photic is 3-3. He's got 3 items, but look who's matching him. Renan's Hurricane has been picked up, and Hope is now into the game.
Hope has fully completed boots, right? That's the edge. Crazy to think how much gold Photic gets from like his cash-ins, but he hasn't cashed in a while. Got about 450 gold earlier, and since then, Hope has been the one pulling ahead. And this Callisto can be a menace. If you don't pin Hope down, he will just outperform in these extended fights. We're dead even in terms of gold. And I mean, this is everything we wanted and more from this series.
Yeah. Again, the Tuesday night delivers. V5 versus JDG. One's going home with 2 series losses, but, you know, our second versus our third. And the fact that everyone gets to watch this, you know, on Tuesday night, it's a solo night here for LPL. At 20 minutes into the game, we are at 22 kills. Now, Dragon stacking was interrupted before by JDG. Orcs, I want to talk a little bit about Baron setup here with the 2 teams we have. JDG do it insanely fast.
Yeah.
V5 in an element with the Draven, maybe not as fast, but it's still worth considering with these 2 teams for sure.
Yeah, so it's risky to go for a Baron against V5 because they have the Cannon Barrage, because if you're stuck in the pit against Hostile Takeover, against the Stolen Gnarl, very, very threatening. But they have a lot of members who can get over the wall if they want to try and sneak it, and they have insane Baron DPS and secure. So Yagao, one of the best mid laners for Baron DPS is Azir, at least definitely one of the best in the current meta. And Hope as well on the Callisto can make it very easy to secure with the Rens. So we saw that blue trinket come out because they didn't have vision of JDG and the Baron spawned, but V5 need to maintain visionless objective, because if you slip up, it doesn't take long to see a window where JDG could sneak it, and that would be a great way for them to firmly push themselves and control this game.
Well, I mean, again, for Yagao, he'll only get more deadly in that regard as well, just on the note of Baron takes. He's on his second item. Shadow Flame has been picked up as he's matching Rookie with the Zhonya's, but pause on that. As Photic pops over, there you go, Crown is now down. And Yagao, a bit of a timer on that Mythic, meaning that towards Dragon, he's got about a 30-second window to get it back up.
Yeah, it looks so funny just him launching the axe, they're doing like 0 damage. It's like it literally just like bounces off the crown. But yeah, now JDG doing what they should again and having control over the area. You see Cars potentially looking for a kick there. Gnarled stolen, exactly the one Rookie wants here. But V5 have to try and make their way in, try and find a good angle for Rookie, because if they run in a straight line towards JDG, that's where Azir, that's where Callisto can really thrive.
I mean, 369 needs to build up a Mega Bar at the very least. It's quite low as we stack it up and Dragon spawns. Rookie's moving over to this angle where Kanavi's hovering, but he'll spot him out momentarily. Going into the Dragon Pit, trying to burst this out. Remember, they have Ren, they have Smite. Rookie ready to get over the wall with a Mega Gnar. It's go down to Kanavi as JDG's jungler getting hit for the time being. The flash in from Rich, the barrel, the cannon barrage is great as Rookie's still trying to go forward while 369 into a Mega Gnar finally. But the fight is done. No Mega Gnar available as a hostile takeover. Hits 2 and keeps him in place. The sandwich is here as Rich gets sent into the team, but a cash in from Photic. Another adoration in the backside. Rookie getting blasted. It's so messy as he runs for his life, but Hope and Kanavi have his number. A double kill for a Ren. Photic dealing with 369, who's getting Draven. He flashes away. Caster trying to help him, but he can't. A triple kill over to Hope, and Jing Dong do it all again in game 2.
They managed to deliver once more at a fight that it looked like initially V5 had the edge, but JDG kited back to that tower. The Azir slams up, Yagao giving them space, and this is the problem. If you keep running at JDG in a straight line, eventually they will just end up winning out. You need these flank angles. V5 never found them, and not only do they lose the Dragon, but Baron will be forfeit as well.
You've got a lead that's just going to build up to 3,000 gold at this point. Hope is ginormous on this Callista after what was just such a rough laning phase. And for JDG, the team that normally goes to 3 games, we're looking like a potential 2-0 here, Orcs, as we look at the replay.
Yeah, there's possibility. So the way the fight pans out is really V5 want to be getting behind JDG. You see Rookie jump and use a lot of his tools, well, mainly the ultimate onto Kanavi, but the kite back comes in. They're looking for 369 on the side, but he's able to get away. And then this is just a great call from JDG. Kite back, play towards the tower. They get it up, and although this ends up getting messy, like Rich is full HP, and yes, he does manage to trade kills, but he ends up going down. You see Photic can't continue, and Hope starts to stack up damage. He has that ability just to rip through anyone who gets close to him, takes out Rookie, and then Photic gets jumped on by 369. And this is the power of the Gnar at the moment. Since the durability changes, Mini Gnar is so tanky. You can't just burst through him, and he ends up running Photic down in the end. So fantastic call from JDG to reposition in the fight and get to a position where they were more comfortable, where they were stronger.
And now we're against the Baron JDG. I mean, V5 to hold these side lanes looks so difficult at the moment. Rich has great wave clear here, Orcs, but JDG are grouping up as a 4-5-man unit with 369 off on the wing. And the barrels against barrened up minions are not doing enough as the onslaught continues. And JDG just want to burn this down. It's taken a while, though.
Yeah, it's just allowing the powerful cannon to do the work. But look, mid 369 is going to be able to take that mid tier 2 in return.
Rookie's caught, or maybe not. Maybe it's Kanavi who puts the engage. If Scott of Duck connects, here's the Vault Breaker and Assault and Battery. Rookie now in the choke as he is zeroed again. V5 is sent backwards, but the rest of JDG on here. And 369 without a Mega Gnar to contribute. Give more cash into Photic in this late game. V5 defend.
Really nice play coming out. Rookie decides they're going to take out Kanavi. And a lot of tools not even used, right? The ultimate from Hope, Missing, and Kanavi all on cooldown there. And 369 not in the fight. Feels like JDG just got complacent. They saw the 2-0 in front of them. And now losing all those Baron buffs. There's only 38 seconds left on the buff. Not going to get another chance to push. And we're back right to where we started. Serix, the gold, there's not too much of a difference. And it's going to be about playing around that dragon once again. We'll see the replay come out. And yeah, it's just the confidence from Rookie. With the crown, knowing that he can't be bursted out, looks to take out Kanavi.
I mean, perfect. It's gone Duck. Vault Breaker, sorry, the Cease and Desist, as themselves told me it's called. No longer is it Assault and Battery. But, I mean, Kanavi still gets taken to court anyway. So beautiful stuff from V5. Cash in from Photic ×2. Worth mentioning because now he's got an LDR and a BF sword. Still hasn't upgraded his tier 1 boots, Orcs, but he won't be worried about that.
Something to know as well from Rich, we are seeing the crit gangplank build. We've seen so many of the bruiser gangplank builds. This is the I'm going to barrel combo you and win the entire fight of one barrel combo. And that was what happened in the last one. He just blew up Missing. Kanavi and Yagao also took a lot of collateral damage. And that's why this can be so volatile, so scary. It could literally come down to, does Rich hit a barrel combo onto the right targets? That could literally be the difference between them winning or losing a fight, them winning or losing this game. There is a ward for a TP flank for 369, but his Mega is about to time out. I'm not sure if JDG even going to contest this dragon. Looks like they want to take some structures instead.
You can see pings were going down from JDG, so while that ward remains, at the very least, start thinking about it in the near future as Kanavi's going to try and set up for a dive onto Rookie. Mega Gnar ult stolen. JDG committing 4 members to this inner turret while that dragon set goes down. So gold trade once again. Orcs, they're going further for it. 5 members here to break down the inhibitor turret, but with Cannon Barrage and with Rookie having a Gnar ulti, this is risky on the escape. As Casa, he's got the angle. Sonic back. It's janky though, as Cease and Desist keeps him in place. Casa not doing enough as Rookie with an Gnar ulti. 369s is better. It's a 3-man knockup from Missing, but look at the choke. It sets up for the hostile takeover, while the send back from Yagao is even better. Rookie low with a bailout as a double kill, a barrel from Rich, makes it into a triple. Look at the GP as Photic gets the next one. Yagao trades off. This game is freaking crazy.
It's going insane. It's such a back and forth in these fights. And in the end, it's the barrels. Rich is able to take it. Rookie TP's in top, and they're looking to try and get as much as they can. It's only Yagao to defend. It is Nazir. They don't have Baron buffs, but they're going to lose some structures.
Oh, wait, they're going to stop him. Oh, they're close. Loyalty program came out second. Rookie has himself a stolen Azir ult if he wants, but hey, at the very least, inhibitor goes down. V5 still competitive to make this a game number 3. Gold dead even, Orcs, and Rookie's trying his heart out on the Silas, but 369 TP'd into the backside. Rookie on the grand escape out. We ain't queuing the yakety sacks yet.
Yeah, looks like 369 going to try and chase him down, but he should just be able to get out here. Karsa flubbing the kick quite a bit there, but ultimately, these fights are so messy, and when they're this messy, they favor V5's composition. Being able to get Rookie onto the backline. Once again, a Storm on our ultimate, such a short cooldown that's available so frequently. And at this point, it's doing insane amounts of damage. Gotta assume Photic is close to being full build on this, but it's 3 dragons to V5. And bear in mind, JDG made a gamble. They sacrificed the dragon. They're like, it's cool. We give up the dragon, but we won't let them get a 4th because the game won't go that long. But now they know pressure will be on if they let it get to the next dragon. They want to start this Baron and make things happen now.
No. But 369 went into Mininar. Rookie is the one with the ulti here at 2k, 1k. It's smited down. Carson with the Sonic Wave as Rookie with the ulti. It's a 2-man against all the Fates call safe today, but Kanavi is now hitting his ally. A shutdown onto Rich in the backside's good. As Yagao shuffle is even better. Hope survives, and Victory 5 are going to become Victory 0 in a red-hot second from Jing Dong.
And that's enough. It's such a back and forth constantly, but JDG get the last fight, and at the end of the day, that is all that matters. They start the Baron. They know waiting to the Dragon could be such a risk, but they find the fight, and not only that, it's a 5-0. Hope was kicked in, but saved by missing, and the shuffle from Yagao, they managed to find it.
I can't believe it. Your birthday deserved a game 3. However, JDG and V5 still delivered within the game. They will move to first place, and JDG are giving us those spring-summer 2020 flashbacks all over again.
And I feel like there's been a lot of doubts for JDG. The fact they always go to 3 games, dropping games against weaker teams, it always makes you question them. But to take down V5 2-0, it's not happened to split, right? Even the fact they lost to Weibo was a 2-1. This team, who we lauded as the kings of game difference, rarely dropping, get obliterated by JDG. And don't get me wrong, that game 2 was close, but JDG clutched it at the end. Yagao as well on the Azir, someone who has constantly struggled to live up to, the likes of Knight, Rookie, Scout, Xiaohu, the big mids in the LPL. He definitely lived up in that game.
Oh, he did. Honestly, Yagao versus Rookie being a highlight matchup was the right direction, considering Yagao in that series had such a great performance as usual this split. But a real difference maker again. I mean, 369 soloing out Rich. I'm not sure what happened in the backside Orcs, but Rich's GP just caught completely unawares. And that fight in front of Baron means, well, we don't get a game 3, unfortunately. So V5 making some what uncharacteristic errors, I guess, is direction.
Yeah, I mean, some mistakes, but that's the problem in that game, is that because they lost so much momentum on that Draven, it really came down to execution in fights. And it was like, the fights they were winning was because Rich would hit these barrel combos. The second Rich was taken out of the equation, they just didn't have the damage. It even seemed like it started pretty good, right? They were trapped in the Baron pit. They kicked Hope, but the save coming for missing. The Tom Kench, I was critical for the lane weakness, paid dividends in the team fight. The Gobble, super strong there. And yeah, I feel like V5 just did not look on form. But even then, I will say, that's because the standard we set for them is so high. Whereas JDG, monsters in this one. Absolute monsters. Oh, yeah. And we see 3.5k gold lead for V5. Second time in a row, they had a gold lead early. I know it was obviously less significant in game 1, but JDG able to answer back in the fights.
Oh, the fact that we get so close to a game 3, though, is such a tease. Such a massive tease. Rich doing a surprising amount of damage. I will say that, the barrel chains we saw in that topside jungle fight Orcs was a teaser, a little taste into this GP and how he's going. But yeah, again, the final fight hurts so much as Hope gets himself the top KDA. Now, am I surprised, Orcs? Not really. let's be real. I mean, Hope had such a good game considering his laning phase was shot by Photic and PP God getting ahead.
Yeah, I honestly thought after the cash-in for Photic, that might have just been it, but they weren't able to find the momentum, and Hope performed so well in these fights, just not being able to be threatened. It felt like Photic was getting bounce housed, right? By the Vi, by the Gnar, by the Azir. I don't really think we saw him have much impact in team fights, other than that one around the bot lane tier 2 where he like cleaned up a couple of kills. It kind of felt like it was about the GP, it was about, you know, Rookie as well, but the AD carry difference was stark. Like, considering, as you said, the discrepancy in the laning phase and Hope to not care. You're playing Kalista, you fell behind early, just doesn't bother him. Not even phased, he's still gonna carry.
God, so JDG now, first place. They'll be 12-1. Top Esports, of course, can go up and match them with the game difference talked about before. But JDG doing this is a really good sign of life. I mean, we looked at today Orcs being, you know, that win rate at 15 when you have a lead. And JDG, I think they were behind this game as well, weren't they? They were. They were behind gold at 15 minutes in the game. Both games, the rule was broken. And so JDG still hold the 100%, but V5 no longer.
And this is going to hit for some V5 fans, because let's be real, in spring, coming out of regular season, we're like, V5 are the strongest team. They're probably going to win playoffs. They're probably going to go MSI. We're going to get Rookie versus Faker at MSI. Didn't happen. And every V5 fan, every Rookie fan felt intense pain. And now we're getting towards the end of the split, and V5, we're seeing some cracks, right? This team who throughout the regular season were like they weren't dropping games. We're like, who would be the first to take a game? Who would be the first to take a series? Second series now delivered a blow to them. JDG taking them down, you know, and I feel like as well, top esports in week 10, that's going to be a challenge. You know, they're going to get bloodied at bare minimum, but V5, the hope is that these issues they're showing now get fixed for playoffs, that they're able to bounce back. But for JDG, a team who I feel like have been so fun to watch, so fantastic to tune into, just really playing on form right now.
Yeah, and for JDG as well, like we said, all moving parts are working together. That's why it feels so nice. For V5, yeah, there is a bit of time to fix issues, you know, especially towards that week 10, as you also highlighted, which is going to be in 2 Tuesdays' time. But we're still expecting this team to be top tier, right? We're still expecting this team to be a top 4. However, you know, teams like EDG getting better, Weibo surprising us, RNG too. We thought, you know, V5 in 2020 Summer Orcs might be the 4th seed at Worlds. We thought, you know, in the past, IG, FPX, I think it was 2020 as well, in summer. Suning went to Worlds. LNG went to Worlds instead. In the summer split, it is always a split of upsets, and our Worlds representatives aren't always the teams we expect. So, although it's very early, I think it's also fair to note that every series counts, because placement is pretty important in playoffs. You need that top 4.
I feel like everything's just been like my estimations of who's where is just it keeps shifting and it keeps being shattered. It's like it's so hard to really pin down, and playoffs always changes everything. But like top esports looks good, but who says what's gonna happen? Maybe V5 challenge in week 10. JDG just beat V5, but they still have to play RNG. RNG have kind of been like that looming threat, right? Who've been ramping up. Breathe seems integrated with the team. They look scary. Weibo took down V5, the first to do it. AL are absolute legends. Can't say enough nice thing. Like EDG, reigning world champions. I feel like there's so many teams that could represent the LPL well at Worlds. There's so many teams that I could see being in that top 4. But as to like who actually will, I feel like every day I feel like my estimations are shifted with every series that is played. And obviously we play a lot of series, so hard to decide is all I'm saying.
But it is still, you know, like we have great seeds, and I feel like 369 might be one of those players who goes world on JDG. It was a bit of a grudge match. We didn't get to talk about it with Carson going up against his old top laner, but hey, for 369, he definitely won out in the end on this Gnar Orcs. Kind of surprising, but, you know, had some pretty decent Gnar ultimates, and once again, had a pretty impactful performance.
Yeah, now because he got 1 in game 1, and now with 9 MVP counts, he is tied with his former teammate Knight at top of the standings. The only 2 to have 9. I think special mention to Yagao had some fantastic play in these ones, but 369 is just like, yes, you guys are fighting. I trust you. I will kill everyone who isn't in the main team fight. And like he chunks out Carcer, and then he just decides, yeah, I'm gonna solo kill Photic, no biggie. And just absolutely stomps on his head, literally with a little bounce coming in. But some excellent play in these fights, and I think as well that big gnarl towards the end in one of the later fights was a massive reason why this team was successful. But yeah, here doesn't let Rich join the fight. Like that could have been the difference maker if Rich was able to pop some barrels there.
True. And then comes in and cleans up the rest with the rest of his team. So for 369, 9 MVPs, Orcs. 9 MVPs. It's a sign.
Oh,
this is his split. This is his split, dude. He can't get any more. He can't get any more. That's it. Don't let it go further. For top esports, you know, looking at JDG and going like, hot damn, you know, maybe this could be our future finalists, right? Because Orcs, we got that matchup at the very start of the split. JDG won it out. But right now, I feel like the upper echelon is looking like 2020 again, looking like JDG and top esports having like this dictatorship, and everyone else below is like, all right, well, we're struggling to catch up as V5 are now 10-2, and RNG can now catch up with V5.
I feel like, honestly, a finals between... That's the thing is, I feel like a finals between JDG and top esports for history reasons would be fantastic. It would be a banger, right? But I think it's very hard to pick a bad finals when you look at our top teams. But fantastic performance from JDG. They are currently first once again. Their game difference is a bit weaker though, and top esports will have a chance to catch them and overtake them. But for now, they sit pretty at the top of the standings.
Well, as we look through today, I mean, guys, it is shorter than we wanted. It is shorter than expected. But we still got a pretty good final series as we roll up your Tuesday. We started with EDG and LNG, and let's be real, LNG should have won at least one or maybe both of those games, Orcs. That was upsetting.
Yeah, game one in particular, we even said it. We were like, they're playing really well. There's no... that's how they lose this. And EDG looking convincing, getting ground, getting towards the top teams, and trying to get closer to that top three who are so far away from everyone. And then this second series, man, was a banger, I think we can safely say. But JDG really affirming their spot at the top and proving they are, you know, one of our top teams. I had some questions. Lyric actually flamed me the other day because I was like, yeah, I don't know about JDG. I feel like they always they have such questionable losses. And he's like, dude, look at the wins. When they win the games, they look so good. And you know what? I think he's turned me around to his way of thinking. After this series in particular, JDG, when they are on form, when they are playing well against a team who they are taking it really seriously against, they just look so good.
Agreed. I feel like JDG, you know, a 2-0, by the way, we were talking about them always going to game 3. And 369 gets his wish. It doesn't go the distance. JDG are now on a 6-win streak. And just under them are top esports on 11. So JDG top esports, we are revisiting 2020 summer, that's for sure. And with 3 teams only secured in playoffs, Orcs, I'm curious about tomorrow. Because tomorrow... What?
I was just gonna say that JDG still have some tough games. Like next, they play RNG, then Weibo, then AL. There's still a lot of challenges ahead. But sorry, I interrupted you. You go ahead with tomorrow.
Hey, it's your birthday. You do whatever you want. You want to go out there. You want to grate cheese on those 6-pack we all know you have. You do it. Okay. Nothing stops you today. OMG, anyone's legend. That'll be your vibe tomorrow, I'm sure, because that's a matchup that actually matters so much in the long term. OMG still trying to vie for their spot. That's actually wrong. No, it's not, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually wrong. My Wikipedia does not want to update. Orcs, are they 5-7 or 7-5? I think they're 5-7, aren't they? I don't think OMG have 7 wins.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, they're 5-7.
I wasn't wrong. I should have trusted my gut.
So,
okay.
Which honestly kind of ups the ante even more because OMG aren't in playoffs right now. They are 11th currently. I mean, obviously, they can still make it, but they need wins. OMG need wins. And AL aren't exactly the easiest opponent to go up against, but they definitely are not the hardest you can face either. I believe with OMG's remaining schedule, they still have to play against V5. They still have to play against BLG and IG. So, you know, BLG and IG are okay. V5 obviously hard. They need to start picking up wins because this could be it. We could look back on this moment, and if they lose to AL, say that was it. That was the reason they didn't make playoffs.
Yeah.
And then obviously our other series between LGD and WE, they're currently 16th and 17th in the league. I promise you, it will be a banger. It will be a fiesta. It will be great. It will be peak LPL. And WE, this could be one of the last chances to get a win. We'll see. There's still opportunities, don't get me wrong, but this is probably their best one if they're going to get that win on the board, going to break their 10 losing streak.
Oh, man, it's been a rough split for WE and WE fans alike. But, folks, a big thank you to Orcs today for his cast on his birthday as well. I hope you have a great day. And thank you to all our audience for tuning in on his birthday as well. Essentially, you had like probably, I don't know how many viewers, I don't know viewers, but you probably had like 1 million people watching you for your birthday, Orcs. All because it was your birthday. Not the games.
This was a party and you were all invited. Yeah. Thanks for coming.
That's right.
You know.
Okay.
I hope you had a good time.
But now, but not forever. Cheers to Orcs for living as well. Keep living on.
I'll do my best.